Welcome to Variety True Crime, presented by Investigation Discovery. Variety would like to thank its partners on today's event, presenting partner, Investigation Discovery, and premier partner, Simply Safe. Please welcome to the stage Variety's co-president and publisher, Dea Lawrence.
Well, good morning, and thank you for joining us today. Welcome to Variety True Crime, presented by Investigation Discovery. We are so pleased to launch this unique event at South by Southwest. True crime is one of the most compelling and influential genres in entertainment, spanning documentaries, podcasts, and scripted series and films. Variety is proud to provide a live media platform focused on responsible storytelling by collaborating with families, advocating for justice, highlighting the victims' lives, and avoiding the glorification of perpetrators. We have assembled creators, journalists, experts, directors, and producers to present a comprehensive view of true crime reporting and storytelling with the goal of fostering a safer world. We thank our presenting partner, ID, for your outstanding support and collaboration. And please, if you haven't already done so, please walk through ID's interactive experience. It was really tremendous. We also thank our true crime premier partner, Simply Safe. And I'm going to be moderating a conversation with the Chief Product Officer later on today. All right, so thank you. And we're just going to clear this and get going. Okay, let's start with our keynote conversation. Please welcome one of the most prominent figures in American true crime journalism, a crime victim herself. She continues to be an unwavering voice for those who can no longer speak. Ladies and gentlemen, legal commentator and host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace, the one and only Nancy Grace. Nancy, thank you so much for being here this morning. Now, we only have 40 minutes, so we're going to get right down to it. Okay, so let's start with Nancy Guthrie. How is it possible in a world with all of the surveillance cameras, with the DNA and all the different databases and everybody watching, how is it possible that this happened and it has not been solved?
I've been asking that question since about day 2 of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Because in my experience of investigating and prosecuting violent crimes, all felonies, many of them dealing with fingerprint, DNA analysis. Of course, I tried many cases before the perfection of the study of deoxyribonucleic acid. I've been wondering, how is this happening? And I myself have referred to the porch guy, as I dubbed him, as an idiot. Because how do you think that grabbing foliage could destroy what's already been captured on the door cam? However, maybe he's crazy like a fox, because he has certainly outwitted, well, not only Nanos' department, which I don't think is that hard to do, but the FBI. Now, I, like many Americans, hate the federal government. But that said, they really know what they're doing. On about 36 hours into it, I called on a former member of, a founding member of CAST, C-A-S-T, the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, an elite crew within the FBI, as to what they should be doing, what they are doing, what they have already done. And that is a data dump, of course, of all the cell phones in and out of the area. How the perp was wily enough to turn off a cell phone, that's pretty smart. Now, I've tried airplane mode. I've tried the concept, which has worked in the past, of capturing. You have Uconnect in your car. That touches on cell as it's driving by, trying to attach to Wi-Fi. An iPad on your floorboard that's still on. Anything, a smartwatch, anything that has connectivity can be picked up. Here's the thing, it's not fast enough, because they will get tens of thousands of hits on that data dump. Analyzing it, there's a crew on the ground, I've been told, and a crew in Quantico, analyzing all that information. How this guy has managed to evade that, I don't know.
So let me ask you this. Who do you think did this?
I do. for one reason, and one reason only, I do not believe the Guthrie family is responsible. Because, although it was many years ago that I first met Savannah Guthrie, she is, I'd like to assure you, not a fake TV person. They're horrible. They're so nice on TV, then they're crazy off the air. She's real. She is real, just like she is on TV. She's super smart. She's a trained lawyer. And I find it not just difficult, but impossible to believe that Savannah Guthrie would drape her arm around the brother-in-law and go visit. I mean, I remember the smell of the carnations at my fiance's funeral. Makes me sick even now. I can't stand to smell it. It's such a moment in your life that you never forget. She walked up to that flower memorial with her arm around the brother-in-law. And I just do not believe, I find it impossible to believe that Savannah would do that if she suspected he was involved. And for that reason alone, I mean, you all know, you're true crime legal eagles, aficionados, that you look at the family first. Of course you do, because statistically that's who did it. But I don't think that's who did it in this case.
What about
I reject that.
Someone that was close to the family. Like, why this family? Someone who
She's
knew
totally
she was...
stealing this from our pre-interview. Okay, just want you to know.
Okay.
I already said that.
Yeah, okay, but why
I
this
said
family?
that.
Why this family?
But statistics, and I don't mean a relative. That's why I wanted to start off with that. Because I can't imagine the pain that causes a family when they've lost somebody, they can't find them, and now they're being accused of it. But that said, someone close to her, by that I mean a delivery person, a grocery store person, somebody that's been to her home. Hey, you think the feds pulled out the SWAT team for nothing? HELLN, twice. Because the people that they detained, not arrested, let me be clear about that, because that shrouds you with constitutional protections. Detained, briefly, probably had their cell phones pop up in that data dump that I'm suspecting, because they had delivered to that area. They got pulled over. They were cleared. Then people down the street were raided and questioned. I don't know that they've been totally exonerated, but I think they've been cleared because they're walking free right now. I think that was because of data dump and because they were in the orbit. Delivery guy type person, landscaper, yard person, cleaner, cleans your gutters, the pool, the yard, poured the gravel for your walkway. Or we started with nanny cams. Now they're granny cams, because my 94-year-old mother lives with us. I'm sorry, David, my husband, he did not sign up for that. That said, someone like a granny nanny son or black sheep nephew that says, hey, she takes care of Savannah Guthrie's mom? Cha-ching! That orbit is what I'm talking about.
That's what I thought too. So the motive allegedly is ransom money.
Yeah.
And the Guthrie family did wait before they said, we're going to pay the ransom. Why do you think they waited?
Again, when you're in the middle of it, it's like you're Alice. Everything's upside down. Nothing makes any sense. I remember, and I usually don't compare because I don't like to project my own experience onto other people. But I remember after my fiancé Keith was murdered, I would ask my mom, days, I go, is Keith dead? Yeah. I couldn't take it in for a really long time. So why didn't you do this at day one or day two? Give the people a break. But that said, I believe that they were advised by law enforcement not to jump on a ransom, that they thought, law enforcement, it could be solved, quote, organically by the sheriff that runs Desert Justice, a reality show. So that's another big problem by waiting so long to call in the feds. That happens a lot because I didn't like it as a prosecutor when the feds would come take all my files and Xerox them and give me nothing, and I gave them everything. I had a triple homicide. Then I found out through the grapevine they had been surveilling my perp for a long time, and I wanted that information big time. They wouldn't give it to me. I got a conviction, but that said, I resented it. So I get it, but they should have been brought in immediately.
Right. So let's talk about Sheriff Nanos. So Variety wrote a piece, our Dan Daddario wrote a piece saying basically, you know, he's a punching bag on the internet, but he's making this crime a lot about him. He talked about how it's very frustrating for him. And do you think, you know, when we watch SUV or Special Vict SVU, we watch the show, it's within an hour, a crime is committed, and 60 minutes later, it's solved. This Pima County, were they prepared for this level of crime in this county to solve this?
Nanos has had a lot of putting perfume on the pig, missteps, translation, F-ups. There's a big difference in an accident or a misstep and knowingly hurting your investigation. I don't really care about his posturing and his reality show and his making it about me. I don't care about that. I only care about how it's affecting the investigation. And there have been a lot of bad judgments. The feds have the power, the technology that local law enforcement does not have, and that's no knock on them. And I hate to detract from the men and women out there working and doing a great job as best as they can. They simply do not have the expertise that the feds have. I mean, you only find something akin to that, for instance, in NYPD, LAPD, maybe Atlanta, and a few other really big metropolitan areas that are used to homicide. Yeah. They weren't.
Okay, we're going to move on to Jeffrey Epstein.
Ugh.
So, were you surprised by the volume of powerful people that were in those emails repeatedly?
Frankly, no. When you don't know a horse, look at his track record. Who hung out with Epstein? Rich, powerful people with a lot of influence and prestige. Did they know what Epstein was doing? Probably not. Maybe. Hey, you're a guy, probably married. You go to an Epstein party and there's all these women around and you get with one or you flirt with one. You think nobody's ever going to find out. That's a far cry from molesting a child. So I take everything I read with a box of salt. And look at who were at his dinner parties. Famous politicians, wealthy people, famous actors. So I was not surprised at all. Once I started reading the content of some of them, they've sickened me. Like Andrew and Fergie, disgusting. I mean, they're some of the wealthiest people in the world, and they're like pigs at the effing trough. And they had to go to Epstein for money? I mean, that's like hopping in bed with the devil and liking it. So, yeah, I was disgusted at some of the emails, but not surprised at it seemed like Epstein collected stars of every walk of life.
So the emails, you know, personally, when I'm at work, I'm extremely careful about what I put in an email. What these people, did they not think that, I mean, just some of the stuff, you just can't believe anybody would put that in a note.
As I've even told my children since they could speak, if you don't want it on page 6, don't put it in writing. Either a text, an email, it doesn't matter. They, I believe, and they're educated. They're rich, they're powerful. They're also very arrogant. Very arrogant. You think nothing applies to you? Here we go, decades later, it does. Chew on that.
So let's talk about this client list, because first, you know, Pam Bondi, our AG, said that the client list is on my desk. Then she said there is no client list. Is there a list? What is this about a list?
Bombshell, there is no client list. But have no fear. That's just like when I start the prosecution of a felony. I don't have a witness list yet. AP doesn't say, hey, here's your witness list for your trial. I have to work for it. I have to read every document. I have to speak to everybody I know about the case. I have to go visit the crime scene. And guess what? I find witnesses. I find defendants. That's how you create the witness list. I spoke with multiple Epstein victims, now adults. And when people say the word closure, I did that unintentionally, roll my eyes, because there is no such thing as closure when you are a victim of violent crime. They know who their attackers were. That's where you're going to find your client list. In that, speaking with the victims, if the feds are bothering to do that, and combing through every document. If you've got your heart in it, it's not exhausting, it's not boring, it's not tiresome. You look forward to every document. I know I did and do. That's how you create the witness list, the client list, so to speak.
Right. So they have to comb through these
Yes.
emails, and they have to determine
It's not
who
going to
is.
fall on their head.
So you wrote a lot about pedophilia and sex trafficking in your book, Don't Be a Victim, which I highly recommend everybody read this book to protect yourself. I mean, it is a chilling, chilling account of numerous crimes in this country. So what is the profile? Like these pedophiles and these predators, they prey on a certain type of young girl. What is the profile of that young girl?
Typically, pedophiles will prey upon that which they see. For instance, if you put your child in their orbit, whether it's your scout leader, and I'm the proud mother of 2 eagles, a boy and a girl, and believe me, I was 3 inches up their tailpipe. I made my husband train as a volunteer so we could go on the campouts. That's a whole nother can of worms. But someone within their orbit, so you have to be really careful who you expose your children to. That said, they look for unattended children. What do I mean by that? I don't mean just somebody playing on the playground. I mean a child whose parents are at work, a child whose parents are home but don't care, a child that's on their own after school. They look for children they can entice, very often that have nothing. And a $100 bill means the world to them. Hell, a $20 bill means the world to them. And they can be manipulated and persuaded very easily. No parent has ever taken time to say, this is what you do if X is said to you, if this situation occurs. If you look at Epstein's victims, the girl victims, the parents didn't seem to worry about, hey, where are they tonight? No one was watching them and caring for them like the treasures that they are.
But J.C. Duggard was taken right in front of her father's eyes at the bus stop. He stun-gunned her and dragged her into the car. So even at bus stops, wouldn't you, I mean, you should stay there with your children.
Oh, gosh, yes. Now, that's a completely different kidnap scenario. J.C. Dugar was a distance away, and the dad actually saw what happened, but it wasn't like he was at the bus stop and she was right there. She was at a distance, and he immediately got in his car and tried to chase and could not get Philip Garrigo and his cohorts. But horrible scenarios. At bus stops, just so you know, quick statistic, I've worked very carefully with Mark Class. His daughter Polly was taken from her own home in the middle of a sleepover, assaulted and murdered. He reckons that over 30% of all abductions of children have something to do with the route to school and back, be it walking, biking, bus stop, returning, waiting in line, not waiting in line, that whole thing. It's really an explosive scenario for children. They're easily lost in the sauce of all those kids. So, yes.
And also online, this poor case of Nicole Lovell, which is the saddest story. This poor girl had so many health issues. She was bullied at school. She was lonely. So she got onto a chat room, and what happened?
She was in KIK, K-I-K. Nicole, sweet, precious. She had several ailments, and she had a scar right here. And the children at school, they're the devil, would mock her and make fun of her, so she got friends on KIK. One of them was David Eisenhower, And he was a star athlete, like valedictorian, all that in high school, and was studying engineering, again, all A's, the whole shebang, having sex with his then 13-year-old little girl. And he became afraid she was going to tell people. And he enlisted a female henchperson that he knew from hometown, and they lured her out of her home and murdered her, left her body wiped down with wet wipes and Purell to get rid of any evidence, naked by the side of the road.
Yeah, and the mother was right next door in the
bedroom
next room next door. And
she even went night-night on the wall.
And the girl climbed out of the window
Yeah.
of her own accord.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
terrible.
people actually said the girl was a little tramp because she climbed out of her window at 13. Horrible victim shaming.
Terrible. Okay, so the next book I read was What Happened to Ellen. So the story, I don't know if everyone knows the story, but let me tell you. Ellen Greenberg was 27 years old when she was found inside her Manayunk apartment by her fiancé. She had been stabbed 23 times. And the death was initially ruled a homicide. And then there was a secret meeting of the Philadelphia authorities, and they decided it was not a suicide. It was not a homicide. It was a suicide. How is that? How can someone stab themselves to death 23 times?
First of all, I challenge the 23 times number because, in my experience of multiple stab wounds, they often overlap. Think about biting into Jell-O multiple times. The flesh is variable. You can't really tell how many times with overlapping stabs, but at least 23 times, including 10 to the back of the head. One's even sliced her dura, D-U-R-A, the protective lining around the spine. And yet she kept stabbing herself. At least one of the stabs was post-mortem, after death. So obviously this was not a suicide. There was also a gash on the back of her head, and I challenge anyone to figure out how to do that to yourself. That said, it was not a suicide. When the cops got there, they were told by the fiancé that the door was locked and deadbolt from the inside, that he broke down the door, thereby destroying any evidence that the door had been locked and deadbolted from the inside, that he came in and found Ellen sitting slumped up against the kitchen counter like this, like that, with the knife plunged into her chest, with her hand on the knife. And in the other hand was a pristine, clean kitchen towel. So she stabbed herself 23 times and held on to the kitchen towel in the middle of making a big fruit salad for supper. In the middle of that, she goes, screw this. I'm going to kill myself. That did not happen. That did not happen. I am not naming a suspect because I think that would be premature. But when the cops got there, they were told, hey, we're on the 4th floor. The door was locked. Nothing was stolen. She wasn't raped. Suicide. And they go, oh, okay, yeah, suicide. Then when Ellen's body got to the medical examiner, Dr. Merlin Osborne, in his wisdom, said, oh, this is clearly a homicide. Seriously? This is not a suicide, and named it a homicide. Then there was a closed-door meeting a few days later between a representative from the DA's office, a female prosecutor that has gotten immunity. I've never had to take immunity on any case I ever handled. Why did she get immunity from prosecution? Her and members from the Philly PD, they got the medical examiner Osborne and coerced him, his words, not mine, coerced him to change his ruling from homicide to suicide, and that set off a 10-plus year struggle from her parents, Sandy and Josh. They have now had to sell their home. He's an oral surgeon. She ran the office. They've had to sell their home. They spent over $700,000 fighting this. And they're going to go to their grave saying this was not a suicide. And one more thing, I just want to tell you, the last time I visited them, we went to Ellen's grave, and Josh had to turn around and walk off. He couldn't stand it to even look at it, to think his daughter was down there.
Yeah, but why? So one of the stab wounds in her neck was allegedly, not allegedly, but it was done after death.
Postmortem, yes, two.
Yes.
We
So
think two.
How I mean, I'm not a doctor, but wouldn't
Impossible.
anyone say this is absurd?
Now, what the other side would say is that's not postmortem. But it is postmortem because, of course, I'm not a medical doctor, but it's been explained to me by medical doctors that the wound did not bleed, among other things. And when the wound doesn't bleed, a wound of that severity, it means that you're already dead, your heart's not pumping, so you're not bleeding. It's like stabbing a dead body.
Right.
Or punching it, it doesn't bruise.
The stab wounds were up, right?
Yes.
So if you're going to kill yourself, you're going to stab yourself up. Why? Why? What's going on? Something is rotten in Philadelphia.
Well, again, I'm not naming a suspect because I think that then suddenly it would be, here's the suspect, as opposed to, let's reopen the case and have a proper investigation, which means to me, and it's finally just happened, that the feds are being brought in. I have sent out that U.S. attorney's number, his phone number, and email so many times. I'm sure he's like so sick of people. I saw Nancy Grace, blah. So he has finally agreed, God bless him, to open investigation. Let's see what happens, because local law enforcement cannot handle it. And this is why. If somebody told me, hey, your old boss, Mr. Slayton, he committed a murder, I'd go, no way. I would see the case with blinders. Right? So nobody within that office, the Philly DA's office, can handle this. They know people that were there at the time. The then DA went on to become the AG. So he should not be part of it. And now he's the governor, and I'm referring specifically to Josh Shapiro. Yeah, I said it. Come and get me. He cannot be part of this because he is tainted, not because he's a bad person, but he was too close to the prosecutors at that time. So it's got to be investigated by the feds.
Yeah. So, and that is what is going to happen next, because the
Yes.
family appealed, and the decision to make this a suicide rather than a homicide was upheld. These poor parents. But also, there were other very odd things that happened. This jerkin jar. So the family attorney, Joseph Pedraza, said that this pathologist, Dr. Osborne, brought samples to Dr. Rourke Adams in a pickle jar during a snowstorm. This was samples of this poor Ellen's spine, held it up in the snow.
Merlin Osborne says, and Dr. Lucy Rourke says she has no recollection of this. It's not in any of her notes. She's really sharp. And she didn't bill anybody for it. Ding, ding, it didn't happen. If she doesn't remember it, never made a notation, not a phone call, not a meeting, nothing. He says he took Ellen's spine. It tastes like dirt in my mouth. That doesn't sound right. I took part of her spine in a jar and walked across campus and showed it to her outdoors. No microscope. No white lab coat, no hairnet, no nothing. And she said, blah, that did not happen.
Right. That's crazy. So I just want to read you something here. So there are a lot of people that sometimes will critique you and say, oh, Nancy is coming up with this based on feelings. You don't come up with things based on feelings, but let me just read you what this Alan B. Goodman of the Times of Israel said. He believes that Ellen stabbed herself to death in a frenzied state fueled by zolpidem and clonazepam. In his article, he states that trials in actual court are much more structured and formal than trials that occur in the court of public opinion. To the extent that Ms. Grace is inclined to make an accusation of murder in this case, I stand ready to vigorously defend.
That's easy for him to say in his cubicle, typing a scathing critique of me. I'm not the issue. The issue is Ellen was murdered. That's the issue. I've tried plenty of cases, so many felonies. I cannot count them, much less thousands of investigations and pleas. I was a Fed and a felony prosecutor. The evidence are, as we have reported. The fact that the evidence is being ignored is a miscarriage of justice, and it is wrong. And I don't know why it's not being investigated. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I can't help but wonder, why is the perp being protected? Do they even know who the perp is? I have theories, but I'll never know until we have a true and proper trial and investigation. But as to that, I've got critics a dime a dozen. Yeah, I read it, I listen to it in case I can learn something. But sadly, I have investigated the case and even written a book on it with the help of experts. And I say she was murdered. So to hell with him.
But this is based on fact, and you actually investigate and go with evidence. You don't wake up in the morning and go, I think this person did it. You don't do that. And it seemed that that's what he was implying in that.
A, I don't care what he's implying. And B, she was murdered.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to talk about the Moscow Mule mom.
Corey
Okay.
Richens.
All right. So
Rot in hell, woman.
does everyone know this case? Do you want to just fill everybody in about
Corey
what?
Richens not only murdered her husband with an overdose of fentanyl, so everyone would believe not only he's dead, but that he killed himself because he's a dope head, with little boys yet to be raised, now without their father. She then went on to write a book about how to help your child cope with grieving and go on a televised circuit. Okay, that may have been her downfall, because if people weren't paying attention to it before, then they went, what? So, yes, Corey Richens, and it wasn't the first time either. She had reportedly tried to poison him in a sandwich. Watch out, David. No, my plan is to stick hot dogs down his pants and take him to Gator World. We've agreed on that. So,
Yeah, but, you know, I watch a lot of crime shows, and it seems like when women want to kill their husbands, they're all like, hi, honey, have a cocktail. You know, have some soup. And it's laced with antifreeze. So
that would be Lynn Turner, not only husband but boyfriend too. Antifreeze and Jell-O.
Right, but don't you think that immediately the police are going to think, let's check for poison? How does anyone think they can get away with murder?
Because it can look very much like a heart attack, and you don't naturally assume murder. But in this case, the family of the victim threw such a fit, they did a drug panel, and that's how it was discovered.
So they went back. It was initially, what did they say?
They started screaming on day one. The moment the family found out he was dead, they immediately said, she did it.
Well, who did they say this to?
To the sheriff, to law enforcement.
Uh-huh.
And it immediately, a drug panel was done on his body. And, of course, a drug panel is always done at the medical examiner's office. Always is taken from your blood or your tissue. So fentanyl would have popped up pretty quickly. But they are the ones that raise the alarm. But just think about all the people that don't have family that are suspicious.
Right, exactly. So through your career, you've worked on so many cases, and with the help of your audience, you've solved a lot of crimes. Your audience has helped solve crimes.
I would give that credit to the audience. And they were capitalizing on what they were learning from law enforcement and other sources. I am convinced I'm not the star. The case is the star. The victim is the star. So I'm just a conduit, and I've been blessed to be able to do that.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, really, you have done an outstanding job. And before we go, I do want to say that Nancy Grace originally started her career thinking she was going to be a Shakespearean scholar.
Yes, I wanted to teach Shakespearean literature at university level.
So I have to ask you, because I work in Variety,
Yeah.
what's your favorite Shakespeare play?
I know you're going to be shocked, but it's The Tempest and Twelfth Night, because they're funny. In fact, I just finished making my twins read and analyze Twelfth Night, and they actually loved it, because I have enough sorrow that I try to digest and ingest every day to report and investigate on. So, and another thing I'm often asked, does citizen sleuths help or hurt? They absolutely help. And I just want to throw out Gabby Petito. Her body would never have been found, and if it had not been for red, white, and methane, red, white, methane, that was out in the middle of literally nowhere, dispersed camping, and they saw a Ford Transit and went, that looks like Gabby Petito's Ford Transit. And they called police. I mean, out there nothing but the critters. No porta potties, no lights, no nothing. And that's the only way her body was found.
Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you so much for what you do for victims. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Introducing Masters of Investigative Reporting, moderated by Kate Arthur, Editor-at-Large, Variety.
Thank you so much for being here. This is an incredible panel. I'm so excited to talk to all of you. You all do different things in different mediums, and these are important stories that are also a public service. I wanted to ask each of you where you find your stories and how you decide what to spend time on. Natalie Morales, how does that work at 48 Hours?
Well, at 48 Hours, we have an incredible team of investigative journalists. A lot of us, of course, are obsessed with the crimes that are in the headlines. But the reality is, for CBS, we air on a Saturday night, 48 Hours. So generally, that is after Dateline and 2020. So we also, so for getting the big, headline cases is not necessarily going to give us the eyeballs because we air after everybody else. But, like all journalists, we do our homework. We're invested in the cases, every case that pretty much, the Corey Richins case. In fact, we've done podcasts. I've done a 48 Hours episode on it. So, these cases are big and they're front and center. I think nationwide, people are obviously very attuned to what's going on. I think this is a true crime nation that is, citizen detectives are obsessed with solving cases. But in our case, we look through court dockets. We try to find stories that typically have been adjudicated, but sometimes we look for the cases that really deserve to be told. For the most part, these are the stories I think they deserve to be told. The victims' stories need to be told, and as journalists, we realize that we have an obligation when it comes to storytelling and reporting them factually without the glorification or entertainment that a lot of people, I think, like to associate with true crime, which is not the case. We do the job of journalists first and making sure that the victims' stories are told and honored in a respectful way.
Valerie Borline, you are on the National Affairs desk at the Wall Street Journal, and your beat isn't specifically true crime, but you have written a book about the Murdaugh murders, and you also wrote a series of stories that turned into an incredible podcast that I'm obsessed with called Camp Swamp Road. That's about a road rage incident that turned into a stand your ground case that's still ongoing. And how do you decide what rises to the level of covering something like that at the Journal?
Well, I do cover national affairs for the Journal. I'm based in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I've lived in the South my whole life. So I'm typically on the hunt for stories that are near my home base, because I think the South is an illustrative place to live, and a lot of fascinating things happen there. In the Murdaugh case, that was part of the reason I was interested in that is just such a crazy yarn, right? It's a good story on its face, but the reason that it worked for the Wall Street Journal is the underlying themes of race and class and power and the way that power works in certain parts of the rural South and small towns. So for me, and same is true with Camp Swamp Road, which is a road rage encounter that led to a young man being killed. The killer said they acted in self-defense, but there's a huge amount of evidence, including secretly recorded calls, that put the lie to that in many regards. So for us, that was just a fascinating case on the level, but underneath it, you have these Second Amendment issues, which are fascinating and very immediate in my part of the world. We have the confluence of very broad self-defense laws, and then also open carry. More people with more guns, and I think y'all know who are on the roads every day. We kind of drive like the fool right now. So for us, it was interesting to have this case that got at issues within law enforcement and other issues, but also really what's happening with guns in this country as well.
Elizabeth Chambers, you are the executive producer and host of Toxic, which is on ID, and you can stream it on HBO Max, which I did the entire first season in like a day. Toxic has a pretty specific remit in terms of, I'd love for you to describe what it is yourself, but how do you and your producers find subjects for the program?
We're different than other true crime shows because our show is about toxic relationships that have ended tragically. So that really lends itself to an open conversation and dialogue. And sadly, I receive probably 100 DMs a day from women who are in shelter. Very educated women who did the American dream, got married and had kids, and all of a sudden found themselves the victim of financial abuse, domestic violence. And so I really receive so many messages from people who are living this nightmare and living this crime every day. This season, we have two very personal cases. The Yardley Love case, Charlottesville, Virginia, lacrosse player murdered by her lacrosse boyfriend. She played lacrosse with my sister at UVA.
Oh, wow.
I met Yardley, I had spent time with her. Another case is a customer of Bird Bakery, one of my very best customers in San Antonio, Texas, at my restaurant, murdered by her husband. So, the problem is that it's so prevalent. It's all around us. It's on social media. In season 1, we had a case that we were really interested in following it, and she kept going back to the perpetrator. So unfortunately, the romantic aspect of our true crime is all around us, and it makes it heartbreaking, but also very simple to find these cases. We have an amazing team. I don't want to discount their work because they do all the due diligence, and the victim really has to be ready to talk if they're still living. But that's the thing about love, right? It just keeps drawing you back in, and it's complicated, and there's a fine line between love bombing and instant romance, and it's just so nuanced. So it makes our job easier, but also more complex in the sense that not all of our victims, if they're living, are ready to take that step.
Andrew Goldman, your wonderful podcast, Dead Certain, reinvestigates the Martha Moxley murder, and one of the most famous crimes of the 20th century, and is the first time that Michael Skakel, who went to prison for, according to the court, murdering Martha Moxley, which you cast doubt upon, and this is the first time he's spoken publicly. Can you talk about why that story spoke to you? And you reported it over many, many years.
Well, I have been a magazine journalist for about 30 years, and I don't know if anybody knows about magazine journalism, but it's in its death. It's in its death throes right now. Maybe I shouldn't say that on a variety panel. However, so I happen to be I happen to have a slow moment, and a very controversial figure, who's the current Health and Human Services Secretary, Bobby Kennedy, reached out to me about writing a book about his first cousin, Michael Skakel, who had been convicted in 2002. 26 of the 1975 murder of a 15-year-old girl in Greenwich, Connecticut. Both Michael and Martha Moxley were 15 years old, and he'd been convicted in 2002. And Bobby reached out to me about working with him on a book about possibly the possible innocence of his cousin, which was it was a hard choice for me to make because I was convinced, after all that I'd read and all that I'd heard, that Michael Skakel, his cousin, was absolutely guilty of this crime. So I went, I was obviously very, very curious about the case, so I went kicking and screaming and spent about 10 years on it. And I think my podcast kind of shows that my feelings have evolved significantly. And now I believe that Michael Skakel is probably the least likely person in the group of suspects to have killed her. So it was a very, very strange experience after 20 years of working in journalism, that realizing that I had actually, I think, been duped by a false media narrative. And I had to look at myself a little bit about things that I'd reported in the past, and I had to, I think, look at the media. But it was, I think it's probably been the story of the most fascinating story of my life, or my career at least.
Tyson Wrench, you were the victim of a crime, and you've since made it your mission to spread the word about what happened to you so it doesn't happen to other people. It was the subject of a podcast. There was a Dateline episode about it. Can you talk about how you went about, taking out your megaphone and making sure people knew about this?
Yeah, it was pretty organic. I would tell, I'd go to dinners and people would say, Tyson, tell your story. And I'm like, you heard the story. They're like, no, to tell it again. And I realized, well, first of all, I had to get over the shame of being a victim. And then I realized, you know what, I'm not, shame is not the feeling to have, I'm human. And the fact is, I'm not a reporter. I'm a tech sales guy from Silicon Valley, right? And I did everything right in life. I was raised white picket fence. And this was truly the first moment of betrayal. And, it's a wild story where I was, I had gotten laid off and I got a really nice severance package. So I said, I'm going to go to South America, and 3 weeks into my trip, I'm going to take you back to 2007, before the iPhone, before Facebook. So don't think I was that dumb. But 3 weeks into my trip, I realized all my bank accounts were empty. And then I flew home unannounced, and someone had moved into my house. And it turns out that it was my best friend of 5 years. So it turns out he was a con man. And but what con people love, and then that's when they win, is they win in silence. And so I realized I had to be the one to release that shame, victim shaming, and just come out and tell the story. And it turns out it's a really crazy story. So I ended up finding a lady. I don't know how to write a book, so I found a lady who had written some true crime books, and we spent 3 years putting this together because the trial took that long. They represented themselves as their own attorneys, and they conned the state of California into giving them each $1 million to help them with their defense. It was also a no-body homicide, so we didn't have the body. Basically, the victim in this homicide they did exactly to him what they did to me. And so we put the book out, and then a month later, the wonderful folks at ID called to my surprise, and they're like, we want to do a show. And I'm like, great, let's keep getting the word out. And that show came out, and a month later, ID called again. They're like, we want to do another show. And I said, that's great. And then we got our convictions, and everything was over. But then the convictions got overturned due to the judge.
It wasn't good what
he
said.
Good. Yeah. So anyway, I'll shut up. But it's yeah. So then Dateline called because suddenly there was another murder, and it just it's kind of happened by itself. But the story just needs to be told, because while these guys are in jail, there are more people out there like them, and any of you could be sitting here. And if you don't think you're going to be a victim, somebody is going to target you at some point, and that's just the way that's just the way things are.
Both you and Elizabeth have turned your personal experiences into your professional callings. Elizabeth, on Toxic, the way you relate to the subjects on the show is on a very personal level. How have your experiences turned into your mission?
So I went through a very public divorce, and during that process, my main goal was making sure that my children were not experiencing trauma, right? Divorce in of itself is trauma. And during that process, I went on a really long journey, generational patterns. How can I stop this now? Things had happened in the past that, DNA is powerful, but also so are behavioral patterns. And so I really, for a year, I think I probably spoke to 7 family separation therapists, from Denmark to Australia to the Upper East Side lady who only would deal with Hasidic Jewish people. I was like, I'm sorry, I just need to know what your thoughts are on this. And they didn't know my kids, but really did that work in terms of patterns. And it ends now. It ends, my son will not be a philanderer. My daughter won't put up with that. And so that was really what sparked all of this for me, is just how behavior repeats itself and how you can do the work to make sure that you don't pass that down to your kids. So really for me, it was like actually about parenting, and turned into this beautiful space to tell these stories. And in that process, I think, labels have a negative connotation, but conversation is so important. Being able to identify bad behavior and call it for what it is, and make sure that you see those red flags, that you identify them, and that you are in healthy relationships. I mean, I always say the demographic of our show is everyone who has dated, will date, and is dating. So basically, like every single person on this planet is our demographic for Toxic. So yeah, that's really how I was inspired by it.
Tyson, how has living through what you lived through changed the course of your life?
Well, it was, first going through the worst experiences of realizing that not only had I, lost my best friend, but I'd lost all my money, and he'd beaten me to the punch where he had told all of my friends that I ran to South America because I was one of San Francisco's biggest drug dealers. And it's a long story, you'll hear it in the podcast. So I had lost my social circle. I mean, I'd lost basically everything. And, it was just a matter of having to claw back and fight. And fortunately, I, in a Slumdog Millionaire moment, in my college days, I worked for a high-tech crime private investigator. So I flipped that switch on, and when the cops wouldn't take a report, when I was basically told I wasn't a victim and these guys were going to continue to do these cons until someone gets hurt, I was just not going to let it happen. Because they'd stolen all, not just my money, but everything I'd worked for. I was too angry, so I just wasn't going to let it happen. And so I chased him for a couple of years and helped link him to the murder down in Palm Springs. It's a great Dateline episode. It's episode 3 of this season, called "The Prince, the Whiz Kid, and the Millionaire." It's pretty wild. I got a call from some producers that wanted to do a podcast on it, and while we're doing the podcast, then the case gets overturned. There's another murder. It's like happening live, and it was just all of a sudden I have to think about, oh my God, if they get out, now what do I do? So there's a lot of fear, but then it all went according to plan. The prosecution did a great job, and then Hollywood called.
Do you want to announce your news?
So we have a big announcement to make here for Variety, since I'm sure somebody's going to write it out. Warner Brothers, we've been working for about a year on getting this done, but Warner Brothers is now going to produce a series. We're in development on an 8-episode prestige series with Hulu. So you will. So you heard it here first.
I wanted to ask you all about finding the right medium for your stories. Natalie, you've been a broadcast journalist for the majority of your career, but 48 Hours also has a massive podcast that is on Netflix now. How does that format complement the stories you're telling on the show?
Well, so often after the episode is over, the journalists involved, the producing team involved, we're still talking about it. And we're like, gosh, we wish we could have said this. We boil an episode down to 43 minutes of television when we have spent hours and hours. I sit in a chair doing interviews sometimes for 2-3 hours at a time. And you're like, there's so much more I wish we could have included. So we have a podcast called Postmortem, which we're on Netflix, front page of Netflix, if you're looking for true crime, which follows up on these cases and allows us to do a little bit of a deeper dive and reveal some of the moments and some of the parts that perhaps got lost on the editing room floor, and some of the other theories that may have come up during the case, or even how we, as the reporter or the correspondent involved in the case, sometimes feel when you're sitting across from the person who is accused of committing a crime or has been convicted of committing a crime, what that moment feels like. So allowing people to really get a sense of how we do our jobs. I hear a lot that people like to, believe it or not, they like to know how the sausage gets made. So we go through the process and explain a little bit more of the behind the scenes that I think people truly get fascinated by.
Andrew, why was a podcast the right format to tell the story of Dead Certain?
Well, to begin with, I think that there was an amazing amount of archival audio dating back to the initial days of the investigation in 1975, all the way up to Michael Skakel's trial in 2002. And also, as a magazine journalist who has been an interviewer of people for many, many years, I had an interview podcast before, and I just realized, just from the perspective of medium, hearing people versus reading them in black and white, I find so much more kind of arresting, and the intonations of people's speech, and I love interviewing people, and I just think that this particular case was great for it, and I love the medium, and I hope to continue working in the medium, obviously as a person who has a face for radio. It's an absolute perfect medium for me, so I'm looking for my next one, but yeah, I think that it was great.
Valerie, I was telling you upstairs how obsessed I am with Camp Swamp Road. But you started reporting it as a print story, right? But then there's all of this audio because the man who shot Scott Spivey, Weldon Boyd, was recording all of his phone calls because he was in a custody battle. Recording in a way that, as a journalist, I was like, how do I get this technology? But at what point did you think this would make a good podcast, and then how did it work at the Journal to do that?
Well, I've been at the Journal for 20 years, and I am a print person, and we had done 4 big print investigations of this case, the Stand Your Ground case, and kind of investigating cases that, expanding it. How is this happening nationwide? I was really proud of those. But our partners with Spotify, our Journal podcast with Spotify, was like, you've got 7 hours of secretly recorded phone calls where the killer talks about getting teardrop tattoos to commemorate what he did. We had this incredible amount of material, and an additional 30 hours of body and dash cam footage that showed police doing some incredible police misconduct, to be frank. So we started trying to work towards a podcast, and I learned something that I had not learned as a consumer of podcast. But to Andrew's point about the archival audio, in print, a friend of mine who'd gone from print to podcast told me, she's like, Val, you have to flip the script in your mind. In print, the words, you telling me the story, and then the quote is the exclamation point. That's I'm telling you what to emphasize when I quote somebody, but then the words that I write is the story. And in podcast, it's completely flipped. That the sound is what matters. And then if I'm talking as the host, it's to connective tissue, maybe to put an exclamation point, but to take you from point to point. And I have to say, our stories were pretty kick-ass in the Wall Street Journal, but the podcast, I think, is special because what you were saying, though, about the visceral nature of sound, I've come to really accept that audio is the most visual medium, and people are able to paint a picture from their mind for it. So it's been a real lesson to me in storytelling. It's been expanding for me.
Nominated for a National Magazine Award in the podcast category. Elizabeth, your show is very victim-forward in a way that true crime isn't always. Can you talk about that and why that's important to you?
It's funny you say that because when we first started shooting, I said, we need to interview the perpetrator. I studied journalism at University of Texas, and I've always been taught to tell a really balanced story. My producer said, that's not what kind of show we're doing. And I said, why? She pointed out, these people have been victimized by the law, by the justice system, and they've been re-victimized over and over. We're not giving them a platform, and that was really powerful to me, because it is true. We are very victim forward, but just the statistics alone. I mean, we all know that it takes 7 to 9 acts of domestic violence for anyone to even call the police, right? So we know the statistics, we know how prevalent it is. And again, when you just add the love aspect and the romantic aspect, everything is clouded. So these victims have been victimized over and over and over again. So for us, it's really just an opportunity to tell their story from beginning to end. Again, a lot of them have been on podcasts, but they've never had 47 minutes of television to really tell the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I really appreciate how well on Toxic that we really do dive deeply into the why behind the what. You know, how did they get there? What were the patterns leading up to that, both of the victim and the perpetrator? So we are very victim forward, and I really I appreciate that, and I'm proud of that, because it takes a lot to get to where these people are and where they aren't. You know, I mean, you talk to their family members of people who have lost their lives, and they said, we saw it. And I always say, like, think about the one person. We all know somebody who's in toxic relationships. Like, I know if you think about right now, at least 3 people will come to mind, but it's in plain sight. So it takes so much for it to actually become a crime. And I hope that we do our due diligence to honor that for them.
Natalie, you alluded to this earlier. But sometimes in this field, you're interviewing people who you wouldn't choose to speak with in the normal course of your day. And on 48 Hours, we see you doorstopping people who may or may not have perpetrated a heinous crime, and definitely don't want to speak to you. What are some tricks you've learned over the years to figure out how to investigate?
Well, you know, it's interesting, because I just learned this term yesterday watching an episode that's coming soon on 48 Hours, but science-based interviewing. It's what FBI profilers do. In a lot of ways, you know, I was talking to Tracy Smith, my colleague, who has this upcoming 48 Hours episode, and she was the one who, you know, said, and in this episode that she has, this FBI profiler talked about the need to talk to people at a level, whether it's a convicted killer, accused killer, a victim, survivor, is you assume nothing. You walk in that room and you just want them to feel like they can speak to you. And it really is just letting go of any preconceived notions. You almost basically have to dumb down the conversation. Like, you haven't heard anything about this crime, you haven't heard anything about this case, but let's start from the very beginning. What happened here? And in that way, it's interesting, because if you're talking to a convicted killer, sometimes they want to lead you down that road pretty quickly. There's sometimes almost, you know, I remember one case where a man who, this was a former Dateline that I did, though, but he had been accused and had been convicted. It took many, many years, it was a cold case, but finally convicted of murdering a woman that turns out was the best friend's sister. And took them a long time to figure out that he was the guy. He only served 12 years in Texas, by the way, Stephenville, Texas. Only served 12 years because he became an informant on another case. So, long story short, I'm sitting across from him. He looks like Santa Claus as he comes in. He's got a big white beard. He's kind of a chubby old, you would think, and he's a grandpa. He's got his grandkid in the other room, in the green room. But yet I know the nature of what he did. And it wasn't just that one victim. There was another woman who got away. And knowing that, going into that room, of course, I am like, you know, I chilled to the bone thinking about how he left that woman, because I had seen the crime scene photos. And I know there's a responsibility to the victim's family. But I also have to engage with somebody. And I was scared. Let me tell you, I was scared. I had security. I'm like, make sure he doesn't know where I live or where I'm going after this interview. And there are people who do, you know, you get prison mail and stuff. People follow you. I'm sure you've all dealt with your share of that. But it really is just listening and engaging in a way that you're trying not to necessarily throw everything out that you know, but just taking it all in and then you go back for more. So.
Andrew, it's clear from listening to Dead Certain how you became just enmeshed in this case, and it was haunting you, it seems. It's been 2 months, I think, since the podcast came to an end, or, for now at least. How's the haunting going? Do you feel a sense of closure?
I think that the thing that, as I said, I've had a long career in journalism, and most of the work that I've done, I think, could accurately be described as fish wrap. I mean, things that mattered not the least bit. And occasionally you get a story like this one where you feel like you can affect at least one life. And I felt like, with the case of Michael Skakel, who in 2002 was convicted of a crime that I now believe he didn't do, when his son was 3 years old. He was incarcerated in the worst state prisons in Connecticut for 11 and a half years. The world was convinced that he had committed the crime even after his appeal was granted. And he walked around the world with people looking at him and recognizing him, because of the high-profile nature of the case, that he was a man who had taken a 6-iron and beaten to death a 15-year-old girl. And this was what defined him. And so to me, the greatest gift has been trying to relieve him of some of this. And it's a work in progress. I just had lunch with him the other day, and I think it's still very difficult, because I think that there are still kind of dead enders. I mean, I took 12 hours, I think, and I feel like, I don't know if it's your opinion, but after I think those 12 hours, I think that I've convinced people that this is not the right person. This is not the right guy that did the crime. But, on the one hand, it's been very rewarding, and on the other hand, I wish that this would get more attention, and I wish that the world, many of the people in the media, would acknowledge that they goofed. And I think there's this major resistance to actually coming out and saying, we made a mistake, we got the wrong guy, and we owe him an apology. And I think that there's just this reluctance to do that. Especially amongst the Connecticut prosecutors, who declined to retry him, not because they said he was not guilty or innocent, but because too many witnesses had died to secure a conviction.
Valerie, do you have any white whales, any ones that got away?
So many. I spent 3 years on a book about the Murdaugh case, and as y'all well know, if you followed that case, there's still the unsolved murder of Stephen Smith. It's been 10 and a half years since that young man was found dead in the middle of the road. So that is one that I very much would like to see solved. But it's the same. I'm sure all of us experience this, but my inbox has been so full of people reaching out and saying, gosh, I really wish you'd dig into this case. There was an injustice there. So, I am new to the true crime world in the last couple of years, but I think that I want to stay here because I think it's really rich. True crime means good story, and then underneath it, there's something more to explore. And so I think I will have multiple white whales to come.
Thank you all so much. This was wonderful, and you do amazing work. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage How ID's Docbusters Are Redefining the True Crime Genre, moderated by Emily Longaretta, Director, Features, Variety.
Mary, I feel like we should probably start with you and kind of dive into your different approaches for different projects. Starting, obviously, Fall of Diddy this year was a case that was very loudly covered. But before that, something like Quiet on Set was a lot of things that people didn't know. So how did your approach differ for the two projects?
Thank you, Emily. Listen, I think we are always interested in centering the accounts of those who were most impacted. So those who are on the front lines, we pursue revelation. And that's a constant across both projects. With Quiet on Set, there was a curiosity that sparked our initial investigation. Jason and the wonderful folks at ID came on board very quickly. Jason was an incredibly passionate supporter of the project who understood immediately the potential inherent in the material and our approach. And we started at the outside. So you build your spreadsheets, you build your list of contacts, you build your timelines, and you work from the outside in. And at every interval, you are working to create and foster trust. And I think I've been thinking a lot about trust these days. I spend so much of my days engaged in this exercise of fostering and building trust with the people who we are asking to entrust their, most wrenching, most important, most significant stories. We're asking them to hand these over to us. And I think when you're fostering trust, there's no shortcut to it necessarily. I think some of it is an intuitive connection. I think previous work means so very much, and I'm so lucky to have been working with the folks at ID now across several projects. And now when I'm in conversations about building trust with contributors, they look at these previous works. So they look at Quiet on Set, and they look at The Fall of Diddy, and they say, I see that your treatment of your contributors was sensitive, and I see the cultural impact that those works had, and so I'm ready to come to you. So in both cases, we start with the people who are at the center of it. We work to build trust. We listen to what they have to say it, and then we think about what is the honest essence of the story that we need to tell.
I love that you brought up the importance of trust, because I think that could be a theme that no matter what panel is up here talking about true crime, telling a good true crime story and really explaining something, trust is so vital at the center of it. So I'm curious Christina, for you bringing back Lost Women and the Lost Women franchise, how much did that go into that, the trust that it takes to dive into that and have these women tell their stories?
Yeah, absolutely. So this season was focused on a case of Indigenous women in Anchorage being murdered, and the other side of it, a story of remarkable women who fought for their justice. I think that really is something that was lost in a lot of the media that was covered in Anchorage at the time. When this case first came about in 2019, it was so hyper-focused on the perpetrator. And we really weren't getting the story of the victims, who they were, and we were losing the story of the women who actually brought forth justice that got him locked up in prison for 226 years. And so, going into these communities, it's not, when you're working with any survivor community or any underrepresented community, it's not easy to automatically gain that trust. Of course, they're going to have their hesitations about it. For me and my team, it was really about doing our research before even calling them, right? Before even walking or taking a flight to Anchorage, really understanding where they're coming from as much as we can. But then when we actually get there, I think it's a matter of bringing with you an immense respect for the nuance, the history, the context of these survivors and of these victims and of this community that I think you just, you cannot know unless you've lived it.
Yeah. Absolutely. And before we move on from that, Jason, for you, after the first season of this, what made you, is it about, obviously, of course, it comes down to a business and how the first season does, but was it about there's more stories to tell here and you guys kind of communicating that?
Well, obviously that franchise came to us through Octavia Spencer and that wonderful partnership we have with her, and she is just such a true vessel for these stories. She loves them. She wants to take her immense spotlight and shine it on people who might not get that opportunity. And we talk a little bit about trust. We also have to say is Christina was the contributors that trusted you, the subjects that trusted you in that process, trusted you for years because you believed in this story so much in your core. You brought it to our team before Lost Women even existed. And so I think when you ask why season 2, when we were thinking about, we want to bring this platform back, the very first story that sprang to mind was Christina's story. Because she had been caring about it for so long. She had built so much trust with those subjects. And I think your passion is what made season 2 happen.
Yeah, thank you. And I should say too that I am Native American. Yeah. So I grew up on a reservation in Southampton, New York, and I think that that helped me a lot, in terms of my perspective, in terms of how I frame this, and keeping me, really like remembering what this is all about and this whole production process. But it meant that when we were in the field and we're bringing a whole crew of people who aren't Indigenous to Anchorage to speak to Indigenous communities, I prepped them beforehand. I'm like, you have to understand the POV of an Indigenous woman in America, right? Why we're hesitant to share our story, how oftentimes that narrative has been taken and misrepresented. And then on top of that, like, just logistically, let's talk about terminology, right? Like, there are things that we use colloquially that are actually considered ignorant or microaggressions to Indigenous communities. So if they go in uninformed and say the wrong thing, we're losing that interview, right? And we're losing the story. So, yeah, it's something that I've been personally passionate about, but I'm glad that I could bring my skill set to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't want to cut you off. Ellie, for you, when you guys bring in the celebrity angle, obviously if there's a huge public persona, as I spoke to Mary about a little bit, in the case of like House of Hammer, does that make things more challenging, or does that make it easier for you when you're approaching it?
Do you do anything that's not challenging, Ellie?
I think, Jason, you said it well. It's all very challenging, whether it's a celebrity or not a celebrity. We did also The Cult Behind the Killer, which was about Andrea Yates. Yeah. And, it was very challenging to bring in her husband into the story, mainly because he had lost his children. His wife killed his children. Yeah. And we asked him to participate and to speak his truth and gain his trust. So that, I think they're all very challenging.
Sorry, let's just give you a new mic. We can't hear you well.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
So I think they're all challenging in their own ways.
Absolutely.
I think with the celebrity stories, what's challenging about that is just how much attention the story brings to itself, right? So you're starting at a place where there is a lot of media attention from the jump. And so I think that the challenge there is, what are we bringing to this story that the media hasn't covered? And I think that that's a particular challenge when we tackle stories that have celebrity at the center of it.
Can you guys talk a little more, any of you who want to take it, more about that, and kind of being able to, the news moves so fast now, so being able to get ahead of things without then almost being like scooped by a news story, because obviously you are doing these over a longer time, and the challenge behind that, for anyone who would like to.
I think part of it is also that because some of the stories that we tackle are very widely covered, and the news media is happening so fast that there's a bit of a story over here that's been covered, and a bit of a story over here that's been covered, and a bit of a story over here that's covered. And sometimes I think our job is, let's tell it as a collective whole. And how is that story different as a collective whole than it is when you receive fragments of it so quickly, when you sit down for 3 hours and observe the story?
Yeah. I would also draft off of that and say, totally agree. There is so much conspiracy around these large celebrity stories as well. There's curiosity and there's conspiracy, and I think that our viewers, our audience, all of us want some authoritative entity to offer resolute answers and to separate fact from fiction, and that's one of the services that we can provide. I also think that our goal and our obligation is to get it right. So it's not to beat TMZ, it's to get it right. And it's also to bring real, honest illumination and revelation to a story that might be shrouded in mystery or confused by conspiracy.
It's so confusing, though, in terms of when you're sitting in my seat and a news story like that breaks, 80 different producers and filmmakers come to you with the same story. And so you just have to go, okay, are we the right place to tell this story? As the leader in true crime, we often are. And so then we have to say, who do we want to tell this story with? What are the elements? And it's often because the great filmmakers that you see next to me, or some of the other people we get to work with, come to the table with tremendous access to the story. They're out there fighting 17 other production companies, other filmmakers, to get people to say yes, to be willing to contribute to the story. but it doesn't always work out perfectly, right? Like it doesn't always, we work on budgets and schedules and timelines that might not work. One of the stories that just blew my mind and that just shows how great these filmmakers are. We were doing Fall of Diddy, and we had, the whole thing was in the can. We were a week out from the show airing when Mary called and said, we had been trying to get someone to speak for quite some time. He wasn't ready, it wasn't right for him. And he finally came to terms that it was time for him to tell his story, but we air next week. Mm-hmm. I said, great, how are we going to get it into the show? Yeah. And we broke format, and within 7 days, we had an additional episode that really rounded out the full picture of that story. So I think, it's just such a credit to how nimble and ingenious our filmmakers will be.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, and for you guys, I mean, that must be so challenging, though, when things do happen like that. I feel like, Mary, we first spoke during Quiet on Set, and I think that this happened because then you guys ended up doing the part 2, the same kind of thing. So it must be, people are like, we trust her, now we want to just come back to her. I mean, how are you able to, kind of wrap your head around that and just be able to call up Jason and say, listen, I know we're about to air, but...
Well, I do think trust is everything, both between the directors and the producers and the contributors who are lending so much to us, but also between us and Jason and our colleagues at ID, and hopefully that is strong. And Jason has really trusted us twice early on, and I think enabled us to obtain a really ideal position in a landscape that is unbelievably competitive. I was speaking recently with someone who is very close to a crime, and she told me that she has been approached by 30 production companies, 30, and that people have showed up at her work. And I really felt for her in that moment, both because I think that must be dizzying, but also because I think a part of that is unwelcome. So it's our job to, I think, move through those moments really sensitively and not apply too much pressure when that's the right tactic, as it almost always is. It's, I'm here for you when you're ready. Here are the ways in which our values are aligned. Mm-hmm. Here is the impact that I think we could have together. And I can't guarantee it, but I can tell you what we did with Quiet on Set, and I can tell you what we did with Fall of Diddy, and I believe in what we can do together.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Christina, what made you get into the world of telling these stories? What made you want to do this?
True crime specifically?
Yes.
Honestly, I've always been drawn to high-stakes drama, and quite honestly, this is the most high stakes it could possibly be. I have developed all types of true crime and produced returnables, but then also moving more into the doc space. This Lost One of Alaska was sort of an alignment of everything that matters to me. I've always been personally really passionate about telling underrepresented stories and giving those people voices. This was like an intersection of everything that has led me here.
Yeah, absolutely. Ellie, what about you?
I think for me, the one thing that has gotten me very excited recently is that we can tell stories over 3 hours. And I think true crime lends itself to that format because there are so many layers and there are so many perspectives. And, we tackle stories that have, longevity, taken 8 years, to play itself out. Speaking of House of Hammer, that's a 100-year story that we had to tackle. So I do think that for me, what's I think motivates me to continue to do the true crime genre is that it lends itself to the longer format of storytelling, which I think audiences are really responding to now.
Yeah. I just want to add to that too. I think it's exciting because we're in this sort of reckoning moment, where people are craving truth and authenticity and to go deeper into these stories. I think that they're not just questioning how do we get to the bottom and solve this crime, but what are the systems that have allowed this harm to continue to be done? It's just, I think, a really unique moment that we're in, and it's allowing us to really explore these stories in ways I don't think we could have 10 years ago.
Definitely. Jason, how have you seen this landscape? I mean, it's changed drastically, and now, of course, it's very, very crowded, which is a good thing and a bad thing, so I'm sure that's challenging for you, but what is the biggest way you've seen it really change?
I think in some ways I'm fairly new to the genre. Not as a fan. As a fan, I've consumed it my entire life, but I've only joined the incredible team, now about 5 years ago. And when you look just visually how much this genre has evolved, the level of craftsmanship and artsmanship behind the scenes has leveled up so considerably. One of my favorite things when we're starting off a show with Ellie and Julian is we're not even talking about the story. We're talking about the set building and the lighting, and it's just amazing to see the craftsmanship that goes into it. In terms of the competition, I actually think it's an incredible thing. We're talking about an industry that is feeling so much pressure, media in general. To have something healthy and thriving and competitive means that it incentivizes our producing partners, the agents, the entire industry to invest in it. So I actually think the competition is taking this medium up a whole nother level, and it means that as we're going through the contraction, we're going through the pressure, true crime is very, very much here to stay.
Yeah, 100%. What is it about doc series format versus a documentary versus a podcast versus that? How do you guys kind of figure out which format works best for you? Mary, do you want to start?
Well, yeah, thank you, Emily. And drafting off of what Ellie was saying, too, I relish and I welcome the movement and shift in our industry towards the series, towards the 3-part, the 4-part, the 6-part series. It has enabled us to tell stories, simply put, with more detail and more complexity and more nuance. I often think about how I believe television is inherently a reductive medium. I think you have fewer words at the end of the day when you need fewer words and you have less time than you do in a beautifully written print feature or a novel, but it is a more expressive medium. So reductive, but more expressive, and inherently, I think, more emotional than many other mediums. But we are, I think, always endeavoring to fight that reductive quality because we want the complexity, we want the detail, we want the nuance. And I think that also comes back to something that is also core to this conversation, which is more time means more opportunity to center the accounts of the survivors and those who may be looking to correct a power imbalance.
Yeah.
And the rise of the docuseries times perfectly with the rise of streaming. So as we've moved to more of a streaming first mindset in the types of stories we tell, it means there's unlimited real estate. So it's about letting the story dictate the length, not a show clock and an ad break.
Mm-hmm. Is there specific themes that you're looking for, Jason, on your end when you're looking to tell a story? Whether it's a lot of this is victim forward, which is so important. But is there certain things that you're looking for when you're looking through, what do we want to tackle?
Yeah, when we're looking for stories, Winona and Catherine are my 2 chief lieutenants here, and they absolutely are scouring whether it's telling a story from the development perspective of are we going to greenlight the show, or on the production side, we're 7 years into a series, is this case worthy of being told? I think at the end of the day, we're looking for stories that surprise us. Mm-hmm. We're talking about people who know everything there is to know about true crime. But when Winona looks at me and goes, "You've got to hear this," it's like, okay, now if you've got our attention, we'll get the attention of the audience. Mm-hmm. So I think that's what we're always looking to do.
Yeah, that makes sense completely. I want to talk to you 3 a little about finding the balance between, telling a great story, but also having that respect for the story and figuring out who the right people to interview and give a platform to is, because I think that's something we see a lot more in media now. There are a lot of people being interviewed, and is it okay to give them a platform? If they're part of the story, is that necessary? So can you talk a little bit about that and kind of figuring out who the best people are to be your interview subjects?
I think the one approach that we say that we have at Talos is first-person narrative storytelling. So we really rely on the people who experience the events, were embedded in the events happen to them. And that is where we start. It's that real first person, I was there, this happened, this is how I felt, this is what I experienced, coming, very directly to the audience. So, and we give those participants the platform to tell us everything that you want to share with us and what is important for people to know about you and your experience. And I think that's where we start. And then, of course, it's important to bring in experts and journalists and other people who can add insight and context to the larger story that's being told. But I think at the core for Talos is that it has to be that first-person narration.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think that we get this question a lot, I feel like, sensationalism versus, respect-driven storytelling. And, I think I think the misnomer is that, people think that sensationalism equals entertainment, and I don't think that that's true. Maybe it used to be, but not now, certainly. And keeping just with what Ellie was saying about letting the victim lead or letting the survivor lead, right? I think keeping them in the center of your mind when you're thinking about how you're going to craft this story is the way you're going to make sure that you honor them and their experience. We actually had, and I remember you'd had this note, Jason, on Lost Women of Alaska. The perpetrator had self-shot footage of himself murdering and torturing the victim. And I mean, hours of it. It was really sickening and horrendous. And even in our documentary, you see the detectives who had to watch it in full, they're emotional, even recounting it. It's very upsetting. And, we were talking about, of course, when you think documentary, you want to be able to show the audience as much as possible. With this, we're absolutely not. We're going to just maybe show only things that are pertinent to the investigation. So maybe a screenshot of the room, or maybe his voice. Those things are directly play into the investigation at hand, because otherwise, showing any more of that would have just been sensationalist.
Yeah, 100%. Mary, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I was thinking about, as you were talking, Christina, and nodding and agreeing with everything both of you were saying, I think that there's a different obligation when the perpetrator or the alleged perpetrator is a public figure on the scale of, say, Diddy, versus someone who doesn't exist as an enormous public figure. And when they're a public figure like Diddy, in that particular case, I do think it becomes quite important to scrutinize the conditions that surrounded him and to understand the ways in which he may have been enabled, to understand the ways in which the culture extended permission. And so in that case, I think that not centering him, I'm sorry, we did not, but not minimizing his presence in the story is completely important. But I'm also thinking about this conversation that I had yesterday with someone who's very close to a crime, and she said, Mary, if we do this project together, I want the world to forget the perpetrator's name. She said, she's close to the victim. She said, I want her name known. That's why I would do this.
Yeah, it's amazing. Did you want to add anything?
Well, and I think, there's different types of stories we have to tell. Some are adjudicated and some aren't. And I think truth is at the core of everything we do. Mm-hmm. And so if we're going to give a platform to an alleged victim, we have to as well make sure that alleged victim knows, while we will be centering them for certain, to do this right, we've got to show all angles and give the opportunity for the other side to speak. So I think it's a complicated approach, but that's the name of the game. That's something we have an obligation to do.
And I think that's something, that's a great note to end on, is just saying thank you guys for responsible storytelling, because I think that's what it comes down to, is telling the truth, that you have to do it responsibly and showing all sides of it. So really thank you guys so much. Thank you all so much for being here and being part of this conversation and part of this great day. Thank you all for coming. And just to remind you guys, if you are leaving, we hope you stay for the full day, but if you are leaving, there are gift bags from ID in the back. So make sure you grab one of those on your way out.
Thank you,
Emily. You guys.
Thank you so much.
Announcing a fireside chat with John Allen, aka MrBallen, creator and host, Strange, Dark, and Mysterious Stories, moderated by Kate Arthur, editor-at-large, Variety.
MrBallen podcast, Strange, Dark, and Mysterious Stories.
Yep.
Hugely popular.
Thank you.
One of the top podcasts there is. especially in true crime. You have more than 10 million YouTube subscribers, 9.5 million plus TikTok followers, just a massive, massive audience.
Thank you.
You're very prolific. You release episodes.
I have many leather-bound books.
Several times a week on different platforms. And you come from a military background. You were a Navy SEAL. Can you talk about just how you got into this business, like how that happened?
Sure, thank you. And thank you all for being here today. Yes, it sort of fell backwards into it. You know, I was in the military. I was a Navy SEAL from 2010 to 2017, and you know, it takes a lot of time and energy to become a Navy SEAL, and so I anticipated having a whole career in the military, like 20 years, get my retirement. That didn't happen. I was hurt in Afghanistan, ultimately got medically retired, which in a way was sort of a blessing in disguise. Honestly, like the life of being a Navy SEAL was very different than I thought it would be. Like the training is prolific, and it's this famous training you go through. It takes like 2 years. And in some ways, it was like that was what I was probably seeking more than like being an actual SEAL, is like, could I make it through training? Once you get into the teams, it's like you live at the team. You know, your life is, I'm married, I got kids, but like I spent virtually all of my time either training, deployed, or like at the team waiting to do one of those two things. So I got medically retired, but the retirement happened sort of abruptly. I knew it was going to happen, but they told me I'd be retired like in a year. And then they were like, just kidding, you're retired in like a day. And I hadn't planned for a job or anything, and so I sort of was thrust into the civilian world with really no sense of what to do. Even though I had like a little bit of money coming in with the retirement, it wasn't enough to sustain a wife and kids. So for a couple of years, I sort of just like did random consulting and some charity work, didn't really have a purpose. And then naturally I was like, why don't I post a strange, dark, and mysterious story on TikTok? That'll work out. That's sort of how it went. I didn't know what I was going to do with my life. I happened to be really into like strange, true stories. I mean, that's the gist of our channel is strange mysteries, strange, dark, and mysterious. On a whim, I posted a story about the Dyatlov Pass mystery, which is this crazy mystery about these missing hikers in Russia. It was right before the pandemic. This is like early 2020. I'm at this water park with my wife and kids, Great Wolf Lodge in Pennsylvania, for anyone who knows. Great spot for kids.
When you know,
Great
you know.
experience. Maybe they're here, you know. But I post this video sort of ad hoc. I have no following, nothing, but I just thought it was really interesting. I thought social media was a good place to throw your hat in the ring. Maybe something takes off. I post it, I go down the water park, which is indoors. I left my phone in the hotel room, and I came back a couple hours later, and there was 5 million views on this story. Admittedly, I didn't think, boy, I've found my calling. It was just like a huge ego stroke to feel like I had told a story that people liked, and I love telling those types of stories, so I just iterated, and I sort of channeled my inner Navy SEAL and like obsessively made content, like drove myself to borderline alcoholism just because all I could do was make stories and do nothing else. And so it ultimately paid off and turned into a whole thing. And now I tell scary stories for a living, the natural path.
Yes, very natural path. So you have a very elaborate infrastructure now, which we'll get into later, but how were you, when it was just you, how were you finding stories? What kinds of stories appealed to you? How did that work?
Yeah, so I mean, the gist is there's lots and lots of people that make content that is in the sort of true crime / like darker side of the internet, or generally any medium. There's loads of people that make content. There tends to be a preference towards, this is from the creator's perspective, towards sort of fixating or focusing the perspective of the story on like the gratuitousness of the crime, or like the kind of nasty details, the gore, the perpetrator. And I'm not suggesting that there's anything wrong with that. But just from a pure storytelling perspective, and I really have, my whole life, I've just loved telling stories. that might get shock value if you told a story about like the oil rig worker who was sucked through a hole that was 6 by 6 inches long, 6 by 6 inches out in the North Sea, and it took like 15 minutes for him to be pulled pelvis first through the hole. That's a gruesome story that people are going to remember. But the reality is, if you can tell a story where you actually make the characters in the story the real people they were, because these are real stories, they're not fictional, they're actual stories about people that horrible things happen to. If you're able to deliver a story where, without making it overt, without making it obvious that you're really fixating on like the human qualities of the people in the story, that when you get to, inevitably, the thing that happens to them that ultimately made this a story you're telling in the first place, if you've done a really good job, you can actually keep the violence, if you will, the gratuitous stuff off screen in some ways, because it's the emotional weight of, I can relate to the person that this is happening to, and it really does feel like this could happen to me. It feels like serious. It doesn't feel like entertainment. It feels like emotional weight, and you walk away from that story feeling like you felt something, not were shocked by something. And so the reason I say that is early on, I use that device looking for the perspective on stories that had the most emotional weight, not cheaply, but genuinely. That was what guided what stories I told. I need to find stories where I can inhabit the perspective that will make the person feel the most human and carry the most weight at the end when you reveal this sort of indirect violence, indirect tragedy. And that took a lot of time to find those stories. When I first started, the first couple of years, I filmed on my iPhone by myself. It took about 26 hours to make one YouTube video, from I'm going to make a video to I published it on YouTube. And in the early days, I sort of, crassly mentioned I drove myself to alcoholism. It's sort of true. I would spend 26 consecutive hours researching, putting together a story that fit that template I'm talking about, writing it, and then I would record it on my iPhone. Sometimes it wouldn't record. I can tell you that is the worst. 4 hours down the tube. And then I would do most of the string outs myself, the edits. I had like an 18-year-old kid who, funny enough, he literally wasn't an editor. He was just a kid that was eager to help me, who edited my videos badly. Loved the kid, but it made them worse, and I often had to add edits to it. But then I'd be done after 26 hours, and then I would just sleep. So my cycle was like 26 hours straight, like a couple hours off, and then right back into another 26 hours. I'd post like 4 or 5 times a week. But the way I saw it is, it was like, I've been given this incredible opportunity, which is the world, at least on the internet, is paying attention to me. And I'm doing something that I genuinely care about and am interested in. And so why not commit 100% into creating content? And so it really was like a labor of not even love, it was a labor of obsession. And I did that for the first couple of years, and then luckily, just so happens my sister, Evan Allen, is a 2-time Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist, and I asked her if she could come in and head up the writer's room, hire writers, train writers, and be the lead creative, and I was able to get her to do that. Also, my mom is a prolific writer. She was a pioneer in helping me write the podcast. My dad's also a Pulitzer Prize winner, so I just sort of have storytelling in my genes. And now, as a result of that infrastructure that they basically built, I have a whole team of people that do the grunt work. I still deliver the story, but luckily it's shrunk from 26 hours per video to like 2 to 4.
You answered so many of my questions just now. I am going to have to find that oil rig episode, though.
Oh, God, yeah.
How small of a hole?
Well, do you want me to just tell the story?
No. No. It's okay. I'll listen to it. No. I'll listen to it. How small of a hole, though?
It's called a rabbit hole, and I'll give you the closest version to a 60-second take on this. So in the North Sea, there's lots of offshore oil rigging or drilling for oil that goes on, and these platforms are massive, like skyscrapers out in the middle of the ocean, and it's like the most viciously dangerous place to work. They're called roughnecks, the people that work on these rigs, and not only are you handling equipment that can just literally explode, it's called, I forget the word for it, it can just explode sometimes, and that's just part of the job. Sorry, it exploded, and you were near it. Also, there's like whipping winds, everything's wet, you can fall off to your death. And there are these people who are mechanics on the oil rig, and sometimes to get to the parts of the drill that malfunction, you have to rappel in between platforms because the drill is so big, the gap from platform to platform to platform is so high that they have this thing called a mouse hole or a rabbit hole. You can Google it for yourself, where there are these metal lines that run up and down from the bottom of the platform to the top, and these mechanics will attach themselves to it and raise themselves up, part way between platforms to work on the drill. There was an instance where a guy was doing that, veteran of oil rigging, but the guy on the winch, who's up at the very top, who's supposed to be paying close attention, accidentally flipped the winch to be retracting instead of descending him. And so after the job was done and he's trying to be put back down again, the winch starts, and it's very slow because it's meant to be a safety feature. It slowly began raising him up, and once you reach the top, there's nowhere to go. And the way the harness was put on at the time was in the back, where there was no quick release for the person in the harness. And so it basically, it was in the back of his thing, but it went to his hip, and he was slowly brought up. It's a huge storm going on. They're trying to signal to the winch operator to stop. He didn't, and he was slowly pulled pelvis first through a 6 by 6 inch hole. And no one could stop it because they couldn't get to the winch operator in time.
Oh my God. So, when did the big entertainment companies start to come calling, and how did you decide what you wanted to do when that happened?
So early 2020, I have the viral moment on TikTok that sort of took about 6 months to turn into a full-blown YouTube channel, that was a business at that point. By probably early 2021, I was getting loads of inbounds from people that wanted to sponsor the show. But keep in mind, I don't have any background in this. I didn't recognize what these requests even were. I couldn't differentiate between this is a serious person from a serious agency looking to have a meeting with me to this is obviously a scam. I couldn't differentiate. And I was so close hold about it, I just basically ignored everybody. I remember HBO Max got in touch with me, and I know HBO, just literally, I know what HBO is. And they wanted me to do something for this murder, and I did that. And I totally undersold myself, and it was so much work. It was great, and I love HBO if you're in here. HBO was awesome. But it was probably early 2022 when I realized my knee-jerk to just do nothing because I don't understand the pitfalls. I recognized that I was leaving an enormous amount of, not money so much, but opportunity on the table. And so I began taking meetings, and I was careful to make sure that any brand that I represented, I genuinely tried it, appreciated it, could speak to it. And then ultimately, we had the great opportunity to partner with Amazon. So we worked with Wondery for 3 years, from 2022 to 2025. They were great partners. It sort of was the first time we were really a professional business, where we had serious deadlines, and we had serious advertising campaigns, and we had real KPIs we had to hit. And it was amazing, very stressful, but amazing. And then we decided that we really wanted to go away from, we were focusing on the sort of expansion laterally to an audio network. We wanted to go to more of a MrBallen is our product, and we want to scale vertically within just MrBallen, not have a slate of shows. And to do that, we knew we needed a partner that really knew video sales more than anything, and had a tremendous sales team, and frankly just understood what I wanted to do. And so we spoke to a bunch of different partners, and Sirius, love you guys. They saw the vision, and it's been magic since we started working together early this year.
Yeah, that was in the fall, right, that you moved?
Correct.
Okay. So with Ballen Studios, what kinds of projects do you want to be doing? And yes, I am leading you in a specific direction.
Yeah, I would say ultimately, and maybe this is egotistical of me, but I want to be I and the brand, so they're sort of this one and the same. I really want to be seen as one of, if not the, sort of preeminent storytellers of this time period. Not so much, that's the guy who tells stories, about dudes getting pulled through a hole on the North Sea on YouTube, but there is an enormous amount of rigor and care that goes into curating and putting together our stories. And I frankly believe that I have the skill set to deliver at a really high level. And I want MrBallen to be sort of synonymous with exceptional storytelling with a focus on the strange, dark, and mysterious. And so, right now we have sort of our YouTube audience, which is very sizable. We have our podcast. We have 2 New York Times best-selling graphic novels that are out. We have a 3rd coming out later this year. We did a sold-out tour in 2024, which is really like, there aren't many people doing that tour. I mean, I basically go up in front of thousands of people and just tell stories. There's really not much production to it, and people seem to love it, so I love doing it too. So there's a live component to it. We're hoping to get into mainstream media. I've been sworn to secrecy on some things, but you can maybe...
And yet.
and yet, we're making some good headway there. I think there's a chance that MrBallen could be seen on a much bigger screen in the not too distant future. And it's all this plan to like really expand MrBallen vertically and be sort of a known commodity in exceptional storytelling.
And how would that unnamed show on an unnamed streamer, how would that differ from what you do on YouTube and on the podcast?
So, one of the interesting things that I've recently learned is we, over the last several years, have sort of had this tried and true way of delivering content. Sort of didn't matter what medium it was. Short form, long form, didn't matter what platform. There is definitely like a template to a MrBallen story, and it's really by design. It's the way I've constructed the way we put together stories. It boils down to like you have the intro with necessary information, you have initial intros, you have like the point of transgression, you have like the arc of the story that has to hit a certain point, there has to be a twist, and it fits any length of the show. You can do it over and over again, and unfortunately / fortunately, there's really no limit to how much content is out there to cover. I sort of lost my train of thought, but basically,
how would it differ?
I got it. Okay, so we have this sort of model that works, and we've seen it be very successful on short form, long form, audio only, video and audio, and we decided to try something new, like, hey, John, you're really good at telling stories. Like, I bet you'd be a good interviewer. Like, that was sort of a running theory. And we broke the mold, and we started a show called Storytime with MrBallen. I don't know if any of you have seen it. Probably not. Because that's where this goes, where it was thoughtful. I told stories with our guests, but it was like an interview show, and it really didn't do well. I mean, ultimately, it didn't do well. The only things that did well on this show, despite having some pretty big name guests on there, was when I told them a story, and like that was the only part that people stuck around for. And so, in terms of your question about what would it look like. We have found that, at least in a limited sample size, that people really have come to expect a type of story. Even if they don't know it, there is a method to how a MrBallen story sounds, looks, feels. And if you deviate too much from that, of this known commodity, you begin to lose your core audience. It doesn't mean you should never evolve, by no means. And I've only given one example of sort of evolution, but there is really something to be said for that old adage of like, I screwed it up, don't fix what isn't broke. I also think that there's an enormous amount of respect that the audience gets from our team when they listen to a story that we put together in the same tried and true methodology because of the amount of rigor and care and thought that went into putting that together. And so really, I think that our move to go with serious and sort of, instead of trying to expand laterally to really become a more vertical business, part of that was like going back to the thing that made us popular in the first place. And so it doesn't mean by no means will we alter that, but I think no matter the scale, it's some element of me being a host, or at least feeling like the host. And I'll actually give another example of why this worked. In our graphic novel, we have 2 graphic novels out right now. It's an anthology. There's 9 stories in each of them. They're beautiful. But think about it. I can't literally be in the book. You know, it's like individual stories we've picked that sort of span the genre. But initially, when we began putting out like tests to the audience, like, hey, look at this artwork, look at these beautifully curated stories, it was a lukewarm reaction. We added a little avatar on a couple of the different pages where it just is a cartoon version of me. where it looks like I'm talking to the audience. It's identical to the same stuff they saw, but now MrBallen is on the page with you. He's taking you through the story the same way you're used to on YouTube and podcast. Suddenly it's, oh my God, this is groundbreaking. This is an incredible piece of work you've done. Not knowing that the only change was adding me back into the mix. And so I think that until people don't want me to be a part of it, I think me being the person guiding them through the story is a huge part of what makes it special. I think also, given my background, it's sort of unique. Being a former Navy SEAL, it's like, in a way, I sort of am a good, I don't even know how to put, like, I'm an expert on like dark things in a sense. At least that's like a very top-down view of me. Is like, oh, he must have seen some dark things, and so he's someone I respect to tell stories that are in this vein. It certainly isn't a requirement for this genre, but I think that when I talk about death and violence, those are things I've seen up close, and I think that's implied in understanding who I am. So there's a little bit of a, John is the right person to deliver this content, and so I need to be a part of everything that we do. So basically, it's just all about me, and I'm great. No,
in essence. You mentioned that your company is a family affair. Your sister runs the writer's room. You have researchers, you have fact checkers. Can you talk a little bit about that and how it is journalistic in a way?
Yes. I will be clear that we definitely are not trying to hold the MrBallen YouTube channel or the podcast or anything to literally a journalistic standard, because it really would actually severely dampen and limit what we could actually tell stories about. Because one of the beauties of the strange, dark, and mysterious genre is that there are people that have just unbelievable first-hand accounts of things that they think happened to them. They are not necessarily lying about their experience, but there's no way to know if the woman who thinks a banshee attacked her in the middle of the woods in Appalachia, if that really happened or not. According to journalistic standards, we probably would say this is not true or there's no way to prove it, so we can't write a meaningful article about this. But from our perspective, as long as you understand that I'm not trying to convince you it happened, I'm telling you that this is what she said happened. That is truthful in a sense, but it's not a trick. So we do a lot of that. I would say that we do take the time to try to check out how valid of a story it is, because we get lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of stories that are not credible enough. But to your question, yeah, we now have legitimately a team of quite a few people that are involved. We have researchers that are focusing on the Hindi language and Chinese, and people that are researching in places that I wouldn't have been able to when I first started. I can only read English, so I'm limited by that. And we have checks and balances in place, with fact checking, again, keeping in mind that sometimes it does come down to perspective, that we have no way of knowing it's true, but we at least try to get their rendition of the story as accurate as we can. I would say more than anything, to close that question out, we understand that people are interested in the MrBallen slate of content because on some level, there's this understanding that there is truth, there is validity or potential truth and validity to these stories. That's really the appealing part about it. If we ever got caught looking like we lost that we're just mailing it in, oh yeah, there's a ghost for sure, and here's all this, whatever, it would severely hurt the brand. And so I'd say more than anything, it's protecting ourselves from that. We throw away lots and lots and lots of scripts that are really expensive to put together. If they don't meet that threshold of this feels right for the brand, we don't do it.
One of the things I love is how many international stories you do, strange, dark, and mysterious things that happen in other countries. Are those researched? Do they come in from the outside? How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of times there are just news articles that we'll find that, in a Hindi news, a newspaper or something, and then it just becomes doing your research. It's almost like a research paper. I would say that it's often really difficult to get in touch with people that are in these stories, so we oftentimes are relying on public sourced information, but sometimes we'll go to a courthouse and literally get documents from the source to try to put the story together ourselves. But yeah, I think honestly, it's think of doing a research paper in college. It's like that, but it's probably closer to that. So,
thank you so much. This has been great, and I love all the content creation you do. So, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Introducing the booming business of true crime storytelling, Moderated by Ethan Shanfield, reporter, Variety.
Hi, everybody. What is the true crime story that first hooked you?
Hi, I'm Kate Naven. I'm head of creative development for North America at Audible. I don't know that this is the right answer to give here, but I'm gonna anyway. It's the Anna Delvey story that was on Netflix. Definitely hooked me and definitely sent me on a spiral to spend a lot more time with the genre.
Hey everyone, I'm Eric Sandler. I run strategy at Pushkin Industries, a podcast network. And I think it's cliche in podcasting, but Serial was one of the first that really got me into true crime, at least.
I'm David Carabinas. I'm the CEO of Texas Crew Productions. Oh, wait, does that not work? I think that's on. Got it. I'm David Carabinas. I'm the CEO of Texas Crew Productions. And the first true crime case that I got into was probably the first one we turned into a show, which was the disappearance of a girl named Maura Murray, who vanished in New Hampshire in the woods and just sort of disappeared one day. And it was just this rabbit hole of theories and all this stuff. And I went into the podcast world on it and read it and just went down this kind of road with it. And I just realized how deep one of these stories could be.
Is this thing on? Here we go. Hi, I'm Jody. I run a small production company in Atlanta, Starlight Productions. I'm also an EP and host of a podcast called Wisecrack. This, again, might be the wrong answer, but I just remember as a kid, and it gives you an elder millennial in the room here, I used to see John Bonet's face on People magazine when I would go through like the grocery store. And to me, she was a celebrity because she was on People magazine. And so then later on, I started to actually do some looking into the case. So that was the thing that really got me was honestly, probably the merge of true crime and entertainment. That's what brought me in.
My name is Eva Pilgrim. I'm the current host of Inside Edition. I used to be at ABC News, where I did 2020 podcasts, all kinds of stuff there. I don't know that I realized I was doing true crime. It just kind of came into my world. It was funny, I was listening to Nancy Grace earlier talk, and she talked about a story that I remember covering. And it never dawned on me at the time that this would be considered true crime genre. I was just a crime beat reporter who was out there. But the first time I realized kind of what was happening in the industry was the Murdoch case and the sort of insanity that was around it and all the opportunities that we now had to tell stories in a much more meaningful, full way. So that was the one that shifted my mindset about it all.
Hi, I'm Jonathan. I'm the Hirsch. I'm the VP of podcasting at Sony Podcast, and at the risk of being another podcaster on here saying that Serial is my favorite, or the first true crime podcast that really or story that registered with me. I also sort of had a personal experience with this, where my first limited series show was about my own life and childhood. I was raised in a cult in Northern California, a show called Dear Franklin Jones. And when I finished the show, the thing that blew my mind as I was reading the comment section, being raised in a cult, I didn't think of it as a crime or as a criminal thing, though there was criminal activity there. All these people in the comments saying, wow, that's a really great true crime story. And I was like, wait, what's the crime? Where's the crime part of it? It took me a minute to wrap my head around it. And this was, 2017, at sort of the early years of true crime podcasting proliferating in the way that it did. So it kind of took me by surprise, but I also recognized that there was an opportunity to tell stories about the human drama in a wider way that I hadn't really contemplated until that moment.
Yeah, I mean, on that note, not fully realizing that something might be a true crime story, some of the projects that you've mentioned are solved, some are unsolved. In the early stages, how do you know whether a story is worth pursuing? What does it need to have?
Oh, that's.
I think
anybody.
It goes off there.
Well, it's probably different for podcasters than it is from a television standpoint, right? So I'm curious, for podcasters, what do you guys look for?
I mean, in a way, it's so interesting. You and I have even had these conversations, David, just about what the requirement is, and I think at its heart, it continues to be the people behind those stories. Your proximity to the story. As somebody who started telling stories in this medium by telling my own story, I feel very, very sensitive to the notion that the best version of any story in any genre is going to start like right at the center of the action and with the people who informed and are most informed by that story. So I really do think it's like, at the end of the day, whether it's do you have enough archival, do you have the right access, right? It's about the people telling the story.
Well, I think that's interesting, though, for podcasting, because you can take that story, and if it's a good story, you can just tell it. And I think for television, we're limited a little with that, right? Where we've had these conversations, John, where we have to have something to put on the screen, right? You can substitute in voices, you can be the voice. We really need to be able to say, okay, is it a great story? Is it an interesting, and great's always a weird word to use when you're talking about true crime, but is it this interesting story, but do we have the elements we need to tell it? Is there archival? Can we get multiple voices, so it's not just one character speaking throughout a whole documentary, so we're and then, we have to think like literally, can we find someone from, maybe both sides of a conflict or whatever it is. So it becomes not only is it a great story, but do we have the elements to really tell it?
I think access is really key. I mean, across the board, we've waited for years to get access on some stories, right? Even waiting 2-3 years to get the right person to speak if they're not ready, because I feel like it makes all the difference. Mm-hmm. And listening to Jody on Wisecrack, I think listening to the first couple of episodes, I was like, are you going to be able to talk? Like after episode 2, I was like, are you going to be able to talk to the main character, right? Like, is he going to actually be involved and kind of speak his piece?
For us, we talk a lot also about why we're telling the story, and I think going into it with the answer to that, and your goals can be very, and I know that's true in theory for everything, but here I think it's very important. Are you trying to solve the case? Are you trying to introduce the crime to the world? Are you trying to humanize the issue? And I think that helps you answer, do I have the right ingredients to do this story well? And I think when we talk about true crime, we really sort of narrow on that reason why. If we're going to make people listen to this thing that is traumatic or rough or whatever, do we have a good reason to do so?
You talked about access, some of you. How does that work, securing interviews, securing exclusive interviews? And Eva, you're the person up here who works in a traditional newsroom. How does that compare to some of these other guys?
Well, Inside Edition is not traditional, I'll just tell you that. ABC was very traditional, right? So we had specific rules about what we could or couldn't do to secure an interview. And sort of the way that we always did it then was, if I found out about a story, I was like, I have to go right now. And especially in modern times, you have to be the first person on the ground, because a lot of these doc teams will find out about these stories, and next thing you know, these exclusives are snapped up under contracts and you don't get it. So we would get there, and I had a list. I'd keep this Google Doc that I would share with my producers, and who are all the players? We wouldn't even fully know the story yet, right? We just knew it was something we were going to cover. We would go to every single person and sit down and have conversations. Not because we thought they would always sit down and agree with us for an interview, but because we needed to lay the groundwork to build the trust. And hopefully that would get us the interview. And sometimes it would surprise you. Like, we'd show up and we'd think we were just going to have coffee with somebody, and they'd be like, we can do the interview this afternoon. You're like, whoa. And then you're panicking because you've got 6 hours to prepare for an interview that might be the only time you get this person one-on-one. You find out 4 years later they were an accomplice in a murder, right? And so you've got to press them and ask them a bazillion questions of what ifs. Are they shady? You can't even get a vibe off of them because you've spent 15 minutes with them at that point, right? So that was always our strategy, was just get there first, figure out what you can figure out, and collect everything you can get as you can get it.
When you're not first, because obviously a lot of you work on more, larger scale projects that come out after the news, how do you cut through the noise? How do you get people to watch something or listen to something that they've already heard about?
I think for us, sometimes we come across stories that didn't come to a satisfying end or conclusion. And so what we're looking at are stories that, you might call like a cold case or something like that. We have a podcast called Lost Hills. And a couple of seasons ago, they did the disappearance of Mitrice Richardson in Malibu, California. And it's a case that remained a mystery, and so going back to reopen that is painful in some ways, but for the folks involved, it's also cathartic, and they're looking for some answers. And it turned out to be impactful because the sheriff's department ended up reopening up the case after the podcast. So it shows kind of the power of going back and looking at things that haven't been solved too.
Shout out Lost Hills. Such a great series.
Yeah, and I think we always ask the question, why now? So if we're going to go to a case, like, what is it about our version of this story is going to be different? Maybe it's footage and archival that no one's seen, audio recordings that no one's heard, a voice that, hasn't spoken before. We recently had, a new documentary about Ted Bundy that just came out, and you can think, okay, well, how many times has the Ted Bundy story been told? But we had these audio recordings of the police that originally tracked him for the cases that he actually ultimately wasn't even convicted of, right? And so it was like the first people that really figured him out and caught him, and no one had ever heard those. So it was a way to go in and tell that story again. When we did the Murdoch case we had, his son Buster talking, right? So that was a big voice. No one had heard Buster speak. There'd already been several docs, but not with Buster, right? So that we're always looking at that why now? What's the reason to revisit?
As a journalist, I'm very curious about the rabbit holes that you've all gone down that have led to nothing. Like, do you have stories about pursuing something for months or years and then just getting to the end of it and being like, well, I guess that's not really a story?
Dozens.
So many.
Yeah, a lot. So many. Yeah.
More rabbit holes than I'd say successes and things that people might see or hear.
So I feel like you have to have a lot of conversations and see what's going on before because you don't know, right? Like, the person who reaches out to you or how you found it could be absolutely crazy. I mean, they could have a real story and be crazy, but like you don't know what the reality is until you sort of dig in a bit, and that can take days or months or years. You just have to wait and see how it goes. And you're a journalist, you know how that is.
Oh, yeah. David, can you talk about the footage from The Reckoning, the Diddy documentary? Because this is an example.
No, I cannot. Cannot speak about it. I can speak about it in terms of the business of true crime and documentaries.
Well, and I'm just curious specifically about, I think you mentioned before that when you started that project,
right,
you didn't know that you were going to get that.
Yeah, and I think that's what's really one of the things that we think about as like a challenge. And I'm curious, probably everybody's faced this. When we go in and we're sort of pitching a story to someone who's going to fund it. And, ultimately these are like a lot of times, it's a journey we want to go on as creators. And we may not have all of the answers. We may not know exactly how this whole story is going to go or where it's going to lead. And, once you talk to one person, another person may come out of the woods. And that's been one of the things that I've been saying even to some of the other people that we work with, some of the other buyers and streamers. I kind of remind them about the Diddy docs. I'm like, when we pitched that to Netflix, we didn't have that footage. A lot of the people who are in that doc didn't come onto it until we were able to really go out and say, okay, we are making the 50 Cent documentary for Netflix. And then all of a sudden, people were like, oh, I know you called me, to your point about you kind of lay these, oh, I know you called me 3 months ago and I ignored your call. I'm calling you back, right? And so I think, sometimes you really have to get into it to really discover what you're going to find. And that's really interesting.
Yeah, I'm interested in that trust between the producers of something and the person who's, buying it or the person that's going out on a limb to fund it. And Kate, how does that work on the other side of things? Like when people are pitching or trying to get a project developed, how much trust do you have to put in?
You have to put high trust into it, and spending time with the person who's going to pursue the story and really understanding, similarly, making the evaluations that you guys are making. And you have to be game for the journey. You have to decide that there are going to be surprises that come up. There's going to be good surprises, bad surprises. you're going to have to deal with, we're going to push back release dates because there's new reporting, we have an opportunity at the trial, whatever it is, you have to be flexible. But that is the joy of it for me. I love those surprises, and I think that it's worth it. But yeah, if you've got to trust the person at the helm and let them do what they know what to do.
Jody, can you talk about the tone of Wisecrack and blending stand-up comedy and true crime, which I don't think many people would associate the two of those things together?
Yeah, it's for those who haven't listened, it's a double homicide that was committed in rural England in 2015, but the eyewitness account is told in a 60-minute stand-up set, right? So it's a entertaining, professional entertainer who was an eyewitness account to this, adjacent to this homicide. Sorry, what was the main question? I thought you were just asking me to pitch.
I mean, really did you view it as a risky thing to blend those two genres?
I think most people in this room and in the green room said no to my project. So, but I will say that you hope that you take the Venn diagram of comedy fans and crime fans and you expand it rather than shrink it. Right now, there's only 2 people listening to what you're doing, and I think that was really challenging. Asking broadcasters, originally streamers, and now podcasters to do that. So, I was very grateful, obviously, that Tenderfoot and iHeart were interested in trying to do that because it was really tricky, and it took 10 years to convince people to do it. So I think that was a very long road, both in access, trust, and then convincing people that it was a story worth telling.
You have now a lot of independent creators who are doing true crime content on TikTok, on YouTube, without the backing of a studio or producers. Can you talk about how that has changed the landscape, and does that threaten the more like traditional media in any way?
I think this is a weird comparison, but I'll say no. I don't. I personally, and I think as this group, don't feel threatened. I feel very inspired by, to be really honest. I do think that when you rely on independent creators solely as your news source, that's when the big question mark comes up, right? When you don't have a team of journalists and other people fact-checking and vetting. But on the other side of things, no, I think it's cool. And I feel like I've learned so much from. I used to follow this woman on TikTok who has an experience in like psychological profiling for murderers, and I went to one of her shows that was close in my town, and I was so intrigued by it. And now we're downstream from a critically successful podcast, and now I'm asking her questions about what it's like to go on tour, because we're on tour right now. I'm like, I don't know about city wineries. I don't know about guarantees. So honestly, they've been like producer colleagues more than anything else, at least for me, as somebody who's probably on the independent side of things a little bit.
Well, I think there's going to be...
I think it pushes the creative, you have to do something more than just the basic thing, right? Which is give the who, what, where, when, why, because that's so easy to sort of find. And you see these content creators out there, and some of them are bonkers, right? And they really sometimes make things really difficult. But there are some that are doing these incredible storytelling moments that we can learn from. Right, and we can take parts of that and apply it to our own storytelling, and I think it in general just makes all the consumption better for all of us. And so I see it as inspirational in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's obviously an important discourse for us to have as journalists and storytellers around integrity and reporting, factual accuracy across all genres of programming. But I think something that I tried to stay focused on is our audience. For the programming that we do, and the people who are fans and consumers of true crime. And I think on the whole, those individuals are very motivated by the stories of victims and their experience, and they are endeared towards those people. So if we have more opportunity to broadcast those stories in different formats and different templates, the better.
Yeah, I was going to say similarly, there's room for both, that they are not one or the other. And breaking through the noise, it's all about getting the word out. And if it's a way to get, bite-sized word out on the topic or the story, that's the better for whoever's going to tell that deeper dive. And obviously at Audible, it's a very, we have to have the narrative, we have to have the meteor full thing. That's what our customers want. And we know that they're probably finding out about the story elsewhere first and then coming here. So I just think they're working together very much.
Yeah, I think not having the backing of a production company too necessarily, what they're leaning into is community. And that's so powerful. And it's something that we can learn from, just about finding audience and finding community around these shows.
I want to ask about the ethics of true crime. You're obviously dealing with stories that involve real victims, real families. What are the specific things that you need to be cautious of, and what is the responsibility of telling these stories?
I think you have to lead with respect. I mean, whoever they are, right? Like, as a journalist, so many of the true crime stories that I've covered, I still am friendly with the characters of those stories. Like, you'll see me commenting on their Instagrams. I text them when I have questions. Before I came to this panel, I called Joe Petito, was like, how do you feel about true crime? Like, because I struggle with it as a business idea that, like, I'm profiting in some way telling these stories, that I have a career and a job because of it. And he was very interesting because he told me I needed to be exploited to get answers to what happened to my daughter. And I didn't care what happened as long as I knew I had some sort of conclusion. And there are people out there who never get that conclusion. I can think of two cases that have stayed with me that I've covered: Lauren Spear in Indiana, Kyle Fleischman in Charlotte, who those families still to this day don't know what happened to their children. And so you have to think about how what you put out there in the world comes back to them years later. You have to be honest with them about what it is you're doing and how they may or may not feel about it. Joe told me that the person who did the doc with him told him he wasn't going to like it. He was certain that they weren't going to like it, but he made a deal with him that, like, this, and this are the things that I want to come out of it, and as long as I get those things, I'll be okay. And they got that out of the doc, and that's what they wanted. And I think those are the sort of uncomfortable conversations you have to have with people. Is everyone going to love the work that you do? Not always. Are you doing it in a way that you're trying your best to be respectful? Yes. Do you always get it right? No. But, we're all human. And as long as you're having that dialogue, I think, it all works itself out in the end.
Well, I think most of the time, a lot of what we've always found is that so many of the families of victims, they really want, like you were saying, they want answers, or they just want people to understand what was lost here. Because I think one of the things that we all do, we're always very respectful ultimately of the victims. And we want to bring those victims to life through our storytelling. And I think by doing that, we end up honoring them quite a bit. And again, like I said, in a way, just making sure that the people who are consuming this, they really understand the gravity of the crime and what was taken away. And I think, we always, everything we do is victim focused. And we want to make sure that's like at the heart of all of the projects that we're at.
And also the longevity of the impact. Like, I think one of the things that true crime presents is, like, it happened on a day. And then for years and years and years and years, you're in active investigation, you're dealing with trials. And I think being able to remind people that the impact is so much more than the day that the thing happened is something they greatly value.
Yeah, because you think of, like, the children of these people, right?
Yeah.
Who maybe were young at the time that something occurred, but their only sort of real sense of what it is the thing that they look back at, which is, whatever it is that you've created.
Yeah, I mean, and I have, like, in doing limited series, you have the privilege, Kate, you too, just of being a little bit behind the news here, so we can kind of evaluate some of these stories and the long tail impact of it. I did a series in December where I approached a family, a woman had been murdered in Georgia. It was called Watching You. And the family had an opportunity to tell their story in a variety of different arenas back when this had happened in 2011. And by the time I came to them, cognizant of the fact that there were so many other opportunities to bring nuance and honestly, integrity and care to the story of their mother and their sister who had been murdered, they were like, initially were like, you can literally, they're like, you sound really nice, but you can also kick rocks. Because they didn't want to go through that again. But then in the process of having conversations with each member of the family and talking them through how I saw an opportunity for us to revisit the limited coverage that had been offered at the time about their story, I think it awoke in them a sense that there was also mission here too, for the record, to tell their story and their family's story, even if it's the worst moment. I mean, who couldn't want truth more than people who have been a victim of a violent crime, right? So I think there's an opportunity there to revisit a great many stories and cases that haven't deeply been covered, or the medium's changed so we have more opportunity to tell them in different ways.
That's a great point. I want to talk about the fandom and the audience. I mean, a few of you mentioned Serial at the beginning. That felt like such a novel thing at the time. And now, I mean, we're on the panel of the booming business of true crime. It's like you can be inundated with, there are people who love true crime and they watch tons of docuseries and podcasts. How have the ways in which audiences engage with true crime evolved? And does any of it worry you? Like, is there a perverse aspect to it?
I actually think the current evolution is doing the opposite for me. And it's funny that you talked about how difficult Wisecrack was to get made, because I actually think this is where the industry is heading, is this sort of genre blend of projects. We did Not a Very Good Murder with Ronan Farrow, which is really about his relationship with this woman. Yes, there's this attempted crime behind it, but really the relationship is at the core. And I think when we explore expanding the world of what true crime means, the types of crimes that we cover and that we talk about, I actually think it becomes more about trying to understand humans than it is about the sort of rubbernecking thing. I actually think we're evolving to a great place.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we found the true crime genre seeping into some of our shows that are not true crime shows. We have our co-founder is Malcolm Gladwell, who's a best-selling author, but doesn't operate in the true crime space. But this past fall in Revisionist History, he had just happened to be speaking to a psychologist who focuses on trauma, and heard a story, and he found something very deeply human, like you're saying about it. And it turned into this remarkable series called The Alabama Murders that's, yes, a true crime story, but also about how humans have a relationship to their religion and how that affects their actions, and ultimately criminal punishment and the death penalty as well. So I think there's interesting crossovers that you can see across genres. And to your point, Kate, I think it's just deeply human in the storytelling of it.
Yeah, I would just add that, like, I think that it really feels like you can throw a rock and everyone's like, yeah, my uncle was, this horrible thing happened. And I think at least what, fortunately, unfortunately, but I do think that when you expand the lens beyond the whodunits and victim versus murderer, and look at other people who are affected around it, I think that really expands the lens of the storytelling. I mean, as terms of our podcast, we're terrible. We tell you who did it in the second episode, so why would you listen, right? But I mean, you're looking at a lens from the guy who was living next door when something terrible happened and had a relationship with the perpetrator. But was he the victim? No. Would he have just gone and disappeared into the ether? Probably. But when you expand the lens from what you're examining, I think that also helps kind of.
I think it's also, there's a business question there too, right, about the ubiquity of true crime, because we're in, like we were talking about a moment ago, in all of these different platforms and experiences at the same time. So one of the things that we focused on at Sony Podcasts was trying to figure out how consumers of this kind of storytelling wanted to experience storytelling. And so what we recognized when we started The Binge, which is our monthly true crime network of limited series podcasts, we release a series on the first of the month every month for subscribers all at once. And so I think when we started to look at what listeners in podcasting and limited series wanted, they wanted a frictionless experience of like being able to listen to the whole thing like it was a roller coaster ride, and also to be able to kind of like have that on a consistent basis. And so it seems like a small thing, it's like a mechanical thing, it's how the product is built, but I think it helps to define a template where all kinds of stories can be told with journalism, victim-centered reporting at the heart of it, but still just trying to find the right way to tell these stories in the right mediums,
It's interesting because I wasn't sure what the audience was really into, because as a journalist covering some of these things, I would get inundated with like micro detail, way in the weeds. Like, they've clearly consumed everything that exists out there about this one story. And I'm just like, this is my whole life. How is this your life? Like, you've got a job and a family and other things to do. And so my mind was sort of blown about it. And I saw this point on the prep sheet email that went around. So I just was like, I've never asked the people who watch what they think. So I just threw it up on social media. And it was, one, the majority of the audience is very female. It's like true crime is a very female audience. If you've ever been to Crime Con, you've seen them. It's all women everywhere.
All women.
And they're women my age. We grew up on like Nancy Drew. That was one of the things, is like the way we were conditioned even to read. It's like we were solving mysteries as teenagers, right? Some of it was about control. I got that response a lot. This idea that the world is scary, and if I consume all of this true crime, that I will maybe have something in my head that will help me or help my family member. That sort of, we all know someone who's a victim of a crime. Some of it was just escapism. And most of them wanted a solution. They wanted to be able to listen from start to finish, to know exactly what happened and how it was going to end. And I was floored. They wanted to know all the processes. It was like all the stuff that they were telling me in these random Insta story comments. I was like, they're so much more good about how they're approaching it that isn't actually like just, as we sometimes refer to it like in newsrooms, it's not just murder porn. They actually care about these people and the lives that have been affected. They're like deeply invested in what happens to the people who are part of these stories.
We have time for one more. I wanted to ask anyone or all of you, but what are the stories that are happening now that you've got your ear to the ground, that you're thinking about? How can we tell this?
Yeah, what are you guys developing?
We're all supposed to.
I'm curious
She's
too.
like, what are you developing?
What should we be chasing?
Let's make some
after?
deals.
Hey, Jonathan, what do you want? I don't know. I think for me, I can just say like I'm very interested. I was so honored to be asked to participate in this panel because the next thing that I'm working on is a project about a woman who committed murder and her defense in her trial was that I just love true crime podcasts. That was basically what she said. And why she was just interested in what it would feel like and what it would be. You're like, whoa. And you have to look at yourself and you're like, yo, I'm a part of this machine. It really, so that personally affected me. She's also Korean, I'm Korean American. We both have a lot of like very overlapping personal traits as well. And so personally, I just felt like that one spoke to me. And that's something that I'm personally very interested in. And then the question is, how much good do we do? How much bad do we do? There's a lot of steps between listening to a podcast and then actually committing something. And I think that's, again, all those steps hopefully would be something to be interested in.
I'm looking back at cases that I've covered as a journalist that I feel like there were families and people who they didn't get the coverage in the national media. I was a local journalist for forever. Their stories are compelling, and I think there's still answers that they're searching for, so they're open to doing something at this stage of the game. That's sort of where my direction is at the moment.
I want to know what happened to Savannah Guthrie's mother. I mean, that's the story that, again, probably everybody's thinking about, someone's going to eventually tell that story. Somehow that's going to eventually get figured out. But, the one thing that's in the news right now, the crime story, that's the one that I think's fascinating. I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm obsessed with scam artists. I don't understand how when my friends can Google and find anything out about any person they've met, how do scam artists still get away with it? I'm fascinated by it.
It's a very business-centric answer, but I think what we're seeing is we're looking for stories that can be exploited in multiple formats. And so what used to be magazine articles and newspaper articles for us are podcasts that then we're turning into books and exploring TV film as well, but things that can start as a nucleus of a story and then expand throughout the formats.
Yeah, we make 12 of these a year, so I wouldn't even be able to know where to begin. We've got like a corkboard in the green room with a stack of unsolved cases if you want to catch me after this. But I think, we, in addition to doing the limited series, I'm really focused now on a weekly offering that will expand what we're doing now into sort of a different case each week. And in part because I think there are appetites across various different platforms and experiences for different kinds of stories, and it's harder to tell open-ended stories in maybe stories that don't have the same sort of degree of finality in limited series outside of a weekly context. So really excited for that.
Yeah. Well, thank you all so much for being a part of this.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Next up, a closer look at The Red Weather, moderated by Emily Longaretta, Director of Features Variety.
All right. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Ryder Strong, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Emily.
Well, let's kind of start at the beginning of when you started thinking about doing this.
So The Red Weather, I love true crime. I love crime in fiction, especially novels. And I just thought that, there hasn't been... there's something about the suspension of disbelief that's really hard with audio form. And I thought, what if I took documentary recordings of my life and inserted a crime into that? Mm-hmm. And it was really a way to work with actors, tell a story, and kind of make a movie without having to raise millions of dollars. And it ended up being so much fun and very healing in some ways to look back on my own childhood. And I interviewed my family, I interviewed people I grew up with, and put together this story.
Was it always going to be a podcast, or was there other formats that you had explored?
Some of this material I had written, I inspired by my real life. I had written short stories and stuff. So I'd circled this material for a little while. But when I sort of came upon the idea of has there really been a true crime or a fake true crime podcast? And I know that there have been a couple out there, but as a public figure, I knew that I could act, I think, growing up in front of the camera, there's always been an interest in my life or, do interviews. And I was like, I could actually use that as a way in to tell a story. When I had that realization, I was like, okay, so I'm going to take what I've written as fiction stories and go back to their roots in my real life, right, and interview the real people that I grew up with who grew up on communes or friends, just certain experiences that ended up in The Red Weather. So it was sort of like I took it from fiction back to real life and then fictionalized it into the true crime form. Yeah,
it's so different, and that's why for people who aren't aware, I want to give a little bit of a synopsis, because if people aren't aware of what The Red Weather is about and kind of that story.
Okay, so The Red Weather it begins with I receive a letter from a girl that I grew up with, who is my age now, and I find out that she had committed suicide after she sent me the letter. And in the letter, she says we can finally tell the truth about what happened in 1995. And what that sends me on is an investigation into the disappearance of her sister, which happened in 1995. And I am now empowered by her, even though she's dead. I feel empowered to go back and finally try and get to the bottom of whether her sister just ran away or whether something more nefarious happened. And so in the process of going back to my hometown and interviewing my friends who were there with me that night, and my parents and my brother, and then in the current context, I have my wife and my real son. So there's a lot of documentary interviews and documentary stuff, and then a lot of scripted stuff inserted. So the result is, hopefully a very realistic sounding fake true crime.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that you keep saying fake true crime. It's such it's a like oxymoron thing to say, but it is fictionalized. There are elements that are both true, and I mean, two things can be true, I guess. So, what's your relationship with true crime podcasts? Like, do you listen to a lot? I know you like the true crime genre, but do you listen to a lot of podcasts?
I listen to podcasts obsessively. Yeah, I'm like, I really just love the form. It goes back to, This American Life in the late 90s. I discovered that, and then Radiolab and all of those kinds of shows. And then in the boom of podcasts, that we've seen the last 10, 15 years, I've been just listening to them all. I would say my favorites are the ones that are sort of the most stripped down. They don't. They just sort of tell the facts as much as possible, because I find, my own storytelling brain can kind of like make up or, imagine the scenes. And then really the inspiration for, a big inspiration for this was that I felt that there were several true crime podcasts out there that really, the danger with true crime is always that it's exploitative, right? And there was a series of podcasts that came out where it would be sort of like a guy, it was always a guy, who was like, I'm going to solve this crime that I had nothing to do with. Mm-hmm. And I found that kind of, even if they were entertaining, I found that stance kind of repellent and problematic. And so I kind of, that like white knight savior complex, I wanted to complicate that, Right. So a big part of Red Weather is commenting on that and, disparaging myself as a character for the impulse to like want to go in and just save the day or solve the crime. Mm-hmm. Without really recognizing how, who that affects and the ramifications of that. I really wanted to explore that, so that was a huge. So I have a complicated relationship with true crime. I mean, in some ways, like, I love it, which is why I made this, but I also am really critical of it, which is also why I made this. Yeah. And so I'm hoping that both things, like you said, can be true at once.
Course,
that I can be entertaining and tell, draw in people who like true crime, but also appeal to people who have that little bit of ick sometimes when you're like, is this okay?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a spoiler to say your character in this gets questioned. Like, what are you doing this for? Like,
a lot, yes.
And so I think that's so important that you just said that that's part of the reason you did it, because you are that person.
Yeah.
Is this a character? I just said your character, but you were playing yourself in this. So is that a correct thing to say?
Okay. This is the most honest thing I've ever done in my life. Mm-hmm. I would say it's pretty much, it's very much me. The material a lot of it is from my real life, or 95% of it's from my real life. These are my real friends. I changed their names, except for my immediate family. But when we were recording with my wife, and we were doing what was a scripted scene, but it was supposed to be unscripted. And she's like, you're much quieter when you're a writer for the podcast. And I was like, oh, right, I am doing a thing. Like, I am like way more subdued and like cooler and like, and I don't know. And then another friend was like, she listened to it and she was like, Ryder, in the podcast, you're so sweet. You're so kind. And in real life, you can be kind of an asshole. So yes, I end up playing a character. Like I definitely am, but a lot of it was, me just talking to people or improvising with my actors. So I definitely wanted to criticize the writer of the piece. But yeah, it's pretty cool. But as far as like, it's a good representation of me, and it is very honest about like some of my experiences and my feelings, and my family and friends and stuff like that.
When you started writing this, was it always going to be you diving in, like you being the main? I mean, you don't do much acting regular.
No,
I don't say regular, but like you've done voice acting, but you haven't acted in a long time. So was there ever?
No, because the whole project was built around this idea of like, can I play on the celebrity factor, the me that's out there, because I do have a regular podcast where we watch Boy Meets World, the show that I was on. And I knew that was an audience that really likes to hear about like what was happening behind the scenes. And I was like, what if I took that and made it a true crime thing? That was always, so I always knew that, but it was funny, like I hadn't thought about, because I haven't acted for like 10 years, and it wasn't until I finished the script and the outline, and I knew, and I was gathering my actors, I was like, oh right, I have to act, I have to do this, like I have to, like, this is going to be uncomfortable at times, like I'm not ready for this, but I ended up loving it. I mean, I've been directing, and I love being around actors. I love and what I discovered through this process, which I always discover whenever I've made anything with actors, is that actors are so different, and like it was so fun to work with real friends who are also actors, some friends who aren't actors, and just work around their style and their approach and try and make the best thing possible.
Yeah, I do want to ask about the cast a little bit and like how you decided who, obviously your son, your wife were going to be themselves, but the people that you did bring in, were you just calling friends? Like, how did this work?
Well, so for a lot of the interviews are with real friends that I grew up with, and some of them I knew had some acting experience and could do so for instance, like my brother, I spent a lot of time interviewing him without him ever seeing an outline or knowing what the heck we were talking about. So I'd just be like, do you remember when we were kids and this happened? And then he would be like, oh yeah. And so I spent like 2 days interviewing him like that. And then I was like, by the way, now here's 20 pages of script, and we're going to do a version of those interviews again, but we're just going to do what's on the script. Yeah. And so I combined those two things to fit it into the story. And so there's that. And then other parts I created, for actors that I know and that I love working with. For instance, John Huertas is here today, the amazing John Huertas, who I've known for years, back from when I guest starred on Castle. And we've just been friends, and I love working with him, so I created the fictional sheriff character who's like, my main investigative contact who investigated it back in the 90s. So I wrote with him in mind, going to I know John can nail this, and he did. He was so good.
Definitely. Yeah. How long did this take?
It's about 8 months of writing,
okay.
and then probably 6 months of recording and editing.
And were you guys going to booths and recording? Were you
never in the studio once?
Okay.
We did it. All my voiceover, we created a studio out of my little back office, and then everything was on location. That was always a big deal for me, because I know that all the fictional podcasts that I've listened to, the second it's like, let's walk over here, it's like your brain just turns it off. It's like your suspension of disbelief is out. So we did no Foley. I think we added 2 sound effects in the entire thing out of 8 episodes. So yeah, I was like, we got to go to a real diner, and and I was afraid because iHeart produced it, and I was really afraid that they were going to do the smart audio thing, which is we need to be able to hear the dialogue. Don't record in a booth and then we layer the sound. And luckily, my producers, Tess Bartholomew, and then I'm blanking. Bo Milkus, thank you, and then Trevor Young over at iHeart. They were always like, "No, we know, we want the realism. Let's and it was never really an argument. It was always like, okay, so we're actually walking through the woods where the crime took place. We're actually you hear the leaves crunching. It's like real leaves crunching. It was like we just really did it, and it was a pain in the ass to find some quiet spots in LA too, lots of planes, but we just went with it. And yeah, so I think it attains a level of realism that you really can't tell. I don't think you can tell the difference between a real interview where I'm just sitting and talking with somebody and where I'm with an actor in a setting, because they kind of sound exactly the same.
For sure. There was a specific scene that I won't say what scene, but there are leaves, and I was listening on a walk, and I jumped because I thought someone was walking next to me, and I was like, oh, so the leaves are so realistic.
That's really,
and because I get really creeped out when I'm listening to anything crime related. So what do you view as the future of this? Is there are you thinking ahead of that?
I really looked at this as a one-off because of the way that the crime pans out and the way that the season ended. I was like, well, there's no way. This is just a limited series. But actually, now I kind of have an idea for another season. So we'll see if the numbers are good enough for iHeart to do that. It's really, it was so fun to do, and it really got me back into the spirit of indie filmmaking, which I haven't done for a while, and so I want to continue to do something, and I've even thought I just think that this whole, the sort of Blair Witch style of running around hasn't been really done in audio. So I think there's a comedy version of this that could be really cool. All that there's been so much fake documentary in, you look at what happened with The Office and Modern Family. It was like it became a standard style in television, and it hasn't quite done that in podcasting. And I'm kind of like, why not? You know, and I think part of the why not is that suspension of disbelief thing. But I think if you can figure out the right way to get around that and tune people's ears to like, this is now the new reality, and I think it could be a really cool form. So yeah, I want to keep exploring it. I love audio. You know, I love audiobooks. So I think ultimately, like, the way to think of The Red Weather is that it's an audiobook punctuated by scenes with actors. If that makes, you know, like it's really,
I like that. If you did another season, would it be a new crime? Like, what would it? I mean, it would be a new crime, right?
Yeah. So what I realized is, like,
anything,
you know,
obviously,
I spent so much of so the whole mystery, or the whole like sort of journey, is like, you know me from Boy Meets World, and you think of like my adolescence as being on television, but really I grew up in the woods in Northern California, in the redwoods, and a lot of my friends grew up in communes or like some interesting situations. That's like the launching point of this season of Red Weather. And then I realized, like, well, what if I knew a kid actor who disappeared? And then I could do the same thing that I did with this, but go into the Hollywood side of things. Like, you know, when I was a kid actor, all of us lived at the Oakwood Apartments. We all knew each other. You know, it'd be like, I'd go to an audition, it'd be Elijah Wood and, you know, like the same people, like over and over. And I'm like, oh, it would be fun to like get those real stories about those kids and working on sets, and then just insert another fake crime into that world and kind of do the same thing. And so build on like the real interviews, the real stories, and explore that whole world. And in the same way, you know, like a lot of this project too is about nostalgia and looking back and how we relate to the 90s. And I feel like doing the Hollywood side of my adolescence would cater to the same sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though you didn't like the Hollywood side of it when you were an adolescent.
No, I hated it. But that makes it even more interesting,
Totally.
you know, that I have to go dive into this weird, you know,
Yeah, 100%. I feel like there could be a really good story with the Oakwoods as the base.
Oh,
that
yeah.
would be so fascinating.
Yeah, and I mean, and I can still find a lot of those people and interview them and talk to them and get some real,
that'd be really
because I mean, we
fascinating.
used to just rollerblade around the Oakwoods and like, you know, I just remember like, you'd be swimming in the pool and there'd be some giant movie star. You know, it was like we all knew each other and we'd all just play tag and hang out. Like it's a time.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the last thing I want to ask you is kind of what has this changed your relationship with true crime at all? Or with audio also, because you do listen to so much audio. Like, does it change how you listen to it? Does it change how you view any of it?
Yeah, I think that diving into, because it's all storytelling, right? Like whether it's a true crime, like a real true crime thing, or a completely fictionalized story, you're still operating on the same principles of like suspense and reveal and withholding information when you want to withhold it. So I think for me, it's really exposed. I mean, I guess you could. I guess I always knew that there was something manipulative or structured about true crime. Obviously, like we can all know that. But when we're listening to these podcasts, we forget that, right? Like that's kind of the fun, is that you just like go along for the ride. And I guess like being super aware of what information I'm revealing, and you know, like for instance, it's 3 episodes of my podcast before I actually discover anything new about the case that hasn't been discovered before, and that's what happens with a lot of true crimes. You're just filling information, you know, but you keep leaving the breadcrumbs so the audience keeps listening. It's very manipulative, you know, and I think I'm hyper aware of that now. I still can enjoy it, but I'm very aware of like when true crime is like intentionally withholding stuff just for the sake of more episodes, more time to keep you listening. And now I can see that structure perfectly. And I think it's helpful. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think that that's actually a valuable skill. But I'm very aware of when I'm being manipulated. You know, like when you're watching a true crime thing or a documentary and you're like, well, they could have just said that up front. But it's the difference between information, which is boring, right? Like information is often pretty boring, and framing that information or delivering that information in a way that's exciting and keeps you engaged. And so it's that entertainment versus information question, and I just find that endlessly fascinating. And yeah, there are some true crime that I just can't listen to because I feel like they're very much just playing the entertainment side. And
Yeah. I do want to ask you what your wife and your son felt about being in it.
Good question. Alex, how did you feel? My wife, we did a lot of improv together and like recorded stuff, and it's hysterical because I've gotten a lot of text messages and calls from friends being like, but that was a real fight, right? Are you and Alex okay? And it's like, no, it wasn't real, but some of it was all slightly real. And then my son, he doesn't want to listen to it. He's only in 2 episodes, maybe 3, and very small part. He doesn't want to listen to it, but he was very good. And he was so good. And a lot of that was because we were just really talking. And other times I did have scripted stuff for him to say. And he's a very good little actor, but he doesn't want to listen to it. But weirdly, a lot of his friends at school are listening to it, which is, it's not appropriate for 5th graders. It's really not. So I was getting texts from like friends being like, I had to explain to my daughter what a commune is and what a cult is. I had to describe what slut shaming is to my 5th grade daughter. I'm like, oh my God. But then, so then like I was teaching a screenwriting thing at his class, and like one of his best friends came running into me. She's like, I just finished Red Weather. It was so good. And I'm like, why are you listening to this? And apparently her mom didn't tell her it was fake for as long as possible. And she was like, it was kind of like Santa Claus. It was fun for her to think it was real. I'm like, they're going to grow up with such a weird vision of me. So
and
it's
I was like, are they Googling these people? Because I was Googling and I knew it was fiction.
Oh my God. Some of my actors, even afterwards, were like, but that part was real, right? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe. That's
We're going to leave the mystery there. Ryder, thank you so much for being here today. It was really fun. Everyone go listen to The Red Weather. Out now.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
And now, stopping the story before it starts, moderated by Dea Lawrence, co-president and publisher of Variety.
Well, hello, and I am excited to be back to chat this afternoon with Hooman Shahidi, who is the Chief Product Officer of Simply Safe. But first, we're going to watch some videos about what is going on outside our door while we're sleeping. Let's play the videos.
Recorded by Simply Safe, how may I help you? You are being monitored and recorded by Simply Safe. How may I help you? You are being monitored and recorded by Simply Safe. I am escalating to a dispatch specialist. You are being monitored and recorded by Simply Safe. How may I help you? I'm notifying the homeowner at this time.
You're being monitored and recorded by Simply Safe. How may I help you?
You're being monitored and recorded with Simply Safe. How may I help you?
You're being monitored and recorded by Simply Safe. How may I help you? You're being monitored and recorded by Simply Safe. How may I help you?
This happened, I think it was at 1 a.m. So these folks were sleeping in their bed while somebody was outside ready to commit arson on their house.
But he actually burned the garage.
So he started a fire, but because our agents intervened, that fire self-extinguished. So the homeowners were safe. Had we not intervened, he would have likely set the house on fire with the husband, the wife, and the kid inside sleeping at 1 a.m. So it could have been a really tragic situation.
And then the guy went into, there was a police chase that ensued, and the guy locked himself up in his basement?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the guy, actually there was a police standoff for a good half day with the guy locked up in his basement. And I mean, the great news is that that man is no longer harassing this family.
Right. And so the difference between Simply Safe and other home monitoring systems is?
It's all about being proactive as opposed to reactive. That's the way we think about it. So if you think about the traditional home security systems, somebody breaks into the house, an alarm goes off, somebody calls the police, and the crime has already been committed. Right. So one of the things we're trying to do is actually stop the crime before it starts. And that's all about extending the perimeter of protection that we provide by going outside of the house before the bad guy gets a chance to actually come inside and do damage to the home and do damage to the occupants.
Right. So in the case of Nancy Guthrie, the perpetrator just ripped the video off the door. But if it had been Simply Safe what would have been the difference?
So the situation of somebody, a stranger, especially in a mask, coming through the house, we see that more often than we would really like, to be honest with you. You saw in those cases there were several situations where masked intruders were trying to break into a car or break into the house. With Simply Safe, what would have happened is as soon as we saw that, a monitoring agent would have come on, and we would have intervened in that situation. First, you start with, how can I help you? More likely than not, in that situation where the guy comes in, has a mask, he's obviously up to something bad. We would have most likely dispatched the police immediately. And of course, the homeowner then also has the video of the situation that happened. In fact, that reminds me of another situation we had when we were developing this product. So we run what's called a beta test, which basically is we're trying to learn about how well our service is working by having it tested with customers. And in that beta test, there was a woman who was in her home by herself, laying in bed, and she gets a notification from Simply Safe saying that we actually had a stranger outside your house, and we talked to them, and they ran off. And the only way she knew that we had done that is because we sent her a notification. Had she not been in our test, it's entirely possible that person could have broken into her house. So that's really, when you think about the difference about being proactive versus reactive, that's the difference that it can make.
Right. And don't you think now, I know that someone tried to rob my house, and when there is such a delay that even though people have alarms on their homes, are these people, criminals, even deterred by that?
So, what we see now is that a lot of the criminals know the process, right? So the alarm goes off, the home security company calls the police, and the police take time. Even in the best case scenarios, it could be 10 minutes before the police even get there. So they break into a house, they know it's going to be 10 minutes, you take as much stuff as you can in 9 minutes, get in the car, and get out of there. What we are finding is that if we can get a human involved earlier, we can actually stop things much more quickly. As you saw in those videos, when the agent comes online and says, hey, you're being monitored and recorded, I'm dispatching the police, or I'm informing the homeowner, that's just a complete break in the system for these criminals. In fact, there was one circumstance where we have a service where our agents actually come and talk to anybody who's in the house during an alarm. And so there was a burglar who had broken into this home, and he was rummaging through the property, and the alarm was going off, and he was like, this is great, I got 10 minutes, I'm going to do my thing, get out of here, and all will be good. But then our agent comes on and says, hey, this is Simply Safe, you don't belong here, I am calling the police. I kid you not, the guy got so scared, he jumped out of the window that he had broken into to get into the house. So again, we minimized the damage in that, and this was before we actually had the service that you saw the video for. So we actually averted that situation, or prevented it from getting worse, if you will.
But didn't you tell me that, let's say your house is broken into, you have a regular alarm, the police, if not necessarily prioritizing, they're prioritizing what?
So, we talked a lot today about crime, and the police are very busy, especially in certain municipalities that have a lot of crime and are low on resources. So just an alarm going off sometimes is not prioritized with the police. So they're like, yeah, we'll get to that when we get to it. And because they also know that once they get there, the criminal's probably gone, right? So they're just writing the report and saying, yeah, okay, this house got broken into, and they filed the insurance claim. But if they know that there's actually somebody on the property, so if our monitoring center tells them, we saw video that there's somebody on the property, an alarm is going off, that gets prioritized significantly higher for the police. And that means they are more likely to show up more quickly because they know there's an alarm and there's somebody that's potentially either in danger or is committing a crime. And so this is why it's so important to not just have a security system, but also have cameras. especially indoor cameras, where they get turned on during an alarm, and we actually allow our customers, again, they opt into this because the privacy is so important for them, or for protecting their privacy is important for us. If they opt into this particular service, our monitoring agents can actually see the footage on the camera only during an alarm, and use that footage to contact the police and say, hey, there is somebody on the property, like get there quickly. And that elevates the priority alarm significantly.
And so that's interesting to note.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
So you're using you're using AI, and you're also using humans. So first of all, I want to know about the AI technology.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens if it says, oh, I don't recognize that face, but how do you know it's not your neighbor, it's not your friend? Tell us about this process.
So the thing that makes what we do feasible with video is the combination of AI and humans. So I'm sure many of us use the various AI tools. They're great, but they can also be vastly wrong, right? How much bad information have you gotten out of ChatGPT? Or do you hear about the lawyers who turned in their brief that they got right out of ChatGPT and they're no longer lawyers? But when it comes to life safety, we don't want to put people's lives in the hand of AI. There are services out there that do that. We don't believe that's the case. We believe AI is helping the human actually keep the customer safe. So let me tell you a little bit about how our technology works. Essentially, the video footage comes in, and first the AI evaluates whether there's even a human there or not. If it does see a human there, the second layer is it a known person to you? So you can designate, if you can say, hey, this is a picture of my husband. If my husband comes to the door, he's fine. Don't interact with him. So those two evaluations are made, and if we find that it's a person that's on the property that you haven't designated as being safe, that goes to the human, and that's where the human jumps in and says, okay, what is this person up to? Is it the mailman delivering a package? Great, we'll watch him deliver the package, move on, great. Or is it a guy in a mask who's up to no good? If that's the case, we escalate all the way to either calling you or going directly to the police.
So these camera devices that have no monitoring system, I know some people in my office, they'll start watching, oh, look what's going on in my house. Well, what are you going to do about it? There's really nothing you can do.
Yeah.
But with this, there is something that happens.
Right, so cameras are great, right? We all have cameras in our house. We want to know what's going on. I've got one right now because I want to know what my dog is doing in my house, right? What's more difficult is you and I are sitting here having a conversation. If somebody's breaking into my house, there's nothing I can do about it, right? And that's where professional monitoring comes into place. Because what you want to do is you want to actually have somebody on guard 24/7 making sure your house is okay when you and I are sitting here having an interview.
Exactly. Okay, so now you mentioned the dog, which brings me to the animals. Did you all see the Super Bowl commercial with AI and the security? There's a lot of flack about that commercial because people felt that this is going to be invasive, this video surveillance, Big Brother is watching us, not just the criminals. What do you say to that?
So, the way that we think about it is that we are about security, not surveillance. And I think this is where privacy really comes into play. Like I said earlier, every piece of footage belongs to the customer when it comes to Simply Safe. So if you want to share your videos with your neighbor, fantastic. We're not going to do that. And Simply Safe is purely in the security business. We are not associated with any big tech company. We are only focused. Our bread and butter is our customers who we provide our security services to. And they opt into every part of the service that utilizes video because we think that's incredibly precious. People put cameras in all kinds of places in their homes, right? So you really want to be able to maintain that privacy, even an outdoor camera, an indoor camera. So that's how we really think about it. We don't share that video. We're not about surveillance. We're about security.
So you're not giving it to the FBI? Or, no, everybody owns it. Okay.
Absolutely not.
So this morning when I talked to Nancy Grace, we talked about this very sad case of this poor girl who was conned into leaving her home, and she actually, of her own free will, climbed out of her window right into the hands of her killer with her mother next door. So how could using this device have prevented something like that?
So, we offer our customers a whole set of sensors. One of the sensors we offer is one where it tells you it tells you the security system whether your window is open or closed. And we have a mode of our security system, we call it home mode, which basically a lot of customers use when they're sleeping at night. So it activates all the sensors that are on the perimeter of your house, but motion sensors and so forth inside the house are not activated. So you can walk around the house, but if you open the door, it sets the alarm off. So potentially, again, it's so hard to talk about any specific case because we're just sort of playing Monday morning quarterbacking it, of course. But like theoretically in that case, if she had opened the window, it could have set off the alarm, and the parents would have known that what's going on there, and potentially could have intervened. But again, this is
best never to teach any of these children how to deactivate the alarm.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So, sometimes when you want to change systems or do something new, you're like, oh, this is going to be complicated. How complicated is it to switch to Simply Safe?
So there's a really good reason we call it Simply Safe.
It's Simply Safe.
Yes, exactly. The whole sort of genesis of Simply Safe was around how complicated it used to be to get home security. So if anybody's old enough to remember, back in the day, if you wanted to get a security system, you had some guy who came to your door who was selling you a security system, and then they would send a whole crew out who would drill holes in your walls and like screw in things and like run wires and put this like big panel in your basement. So our founder said to himself, wow, this is ridiculous. I can do this for cheaper and simpler, and so simple that any homeowner can install it themselves and not need somebody to come to your house and do all this mess. So we just designed the entire system to be simple, and that has run through our entire product portfolio that's expanded since 2007 when we launched our first product. And in fact, today, even with the carbon monoxide sensors, the smoke sensors, the door sensors, the cameras we have, 95% of our customers install the system themselves. If you really get stuck, you can ask for support. Like, I'll tell you, I got one for my elderly mom, and she was like, I don't know if I can install this, and I didn't live nearby, so we had a professional installer go in, but 95% of customers install it themselves, and a lot of them can get it done in less than 30 minutes. So it's Simply Safe.
Simply Safe. Okay, and tell us the tagline one more time of Simply Safe. Keeping your home safe. What is?
I think what you're referring to is our mission.
Yes, the mission.
Yes.
Sorry.
So our mission is about every home secure.
Right.
So again, we're very focused on home security. Right? We're not about data. We're not about your videos. We're about home security and only home security. Right? We're not going to be the security company for this place. That's not our business. But we want to cover every home from the 500 square foot apartment to the 5,000 square foot house. That's our market, and we're 100% focused on our customers in those homes.
Okay, so my final question is, how are we going to just wipe out crime? Do you think AI eventually, when we look into the future, will we finally say, remember when we used to have crime, but now we have AI and there is no crime anymore? Is that just a dream?
After sitting through today, there's still a lot of crime out there, unfortunately.
A lack of crime.
Yeah. There's a lot of crime out there, unfortunately. But I think, what you all are doing here, talking about true crime, I think is so important. Not because of fear-mongering, but really just making people aware that they need to protect themselves, right? And like a lot of people who were up here who had situations, they were like, I'm never going to be a victim of crime. And then sure enough, you get hit. So I think it's just so important to be aware and protect yourself.
Exactly. That's all we can do is just try and keep ourselves and our families and the people we love safe.
That's right. Take
Thank
responsibility for it. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank
It's
you
my
so much
pleasure.
for
Thank you
joining
for
us
having me.
today. Thank you.
Introducing Breaking Through, True Crime at South by Southwest, moderated by Kate Arthur, editor-at-large, Variety.
Thank you so much for being here. So these are all projects that are premiering here at the festival, and I've seen all of them. They're all fantastic. People are in for, I don't know whether treat is the right word given the subject matter of some of them, but they're really, really all very well done, a huge range of topics, and I'm so happy to be doing this. I did want to start with Jennifer and Sydney for While Black, which tells the specific stories of Darnella Frazier, who in 2020, at age 17, filmed George Floyd's murder, and Diamond Reynolds, who in 2016 had the wherewithal to go on Facebook Live, a brand new technology, as her boyfriend, Philandro Castile, had just been murdered by the police. I wanted to ask you about choosing those two subjects and why they complemented each other.
I can start. I would say that my background is in journalism, specifically technology journalism, and so when the first time I saw the George Floyd video, after trying to avoid it, it was on Instagram next to SpongeBob memes. And I remember being very disgusted by that, both the contents of the video, but also the way it was being quantified and kind of treated like a meme. And so when I was setting about how do we stretch this out in the film, how do we find characters, it was absolutely about who was the person who put this in the world, what was their thinking, what did they go through. But because there are so many of these videos, just weeks ago there was another one, then 2020, then 2016, it was really important to put it in the context of a cycle. And I think from there emerged the idea of before Darnella there was another Darnella, there was Diamond. Before Diamond there was another, and going all the way back. And the film also, we speak with Laura King, daughter of Rodney King, so going back to the 90s. So this horrific cycle that keeps reasserting itself made it, easy to decide who do we want to focus on, these witnesses, these black women specifically, a lot of the mothers who are, I guess, what you would call accidental activists. They weren't marching, they weren't trying to change the world, they were just living their lives when this happened to them. So I think that natural conflict between trying to live your life, being aware of these things, but not necessarily wanting to be the focal point of the world's, discussion on this topic, and then sort of falling into that. And I would say that it was really important during the process of filming and reaching out to them and editing that, Jen, who has a long history of championing black women in film and really, really centering them and avoiding some of those exploitative tropes that we've seen of black women, really elevating it and really, really making, I think, a really beautiful connection actually with Diamond and Darnell. Y'all were texting a couple days ago, right?
I know, these are my people. Thank you, Sid. So here's the thing. Sid started the process of this film a little earlier than myself. I got a call, and they were looking for someone to partner up with Sid to direct the film. And I was like, Then they told me what the subject matter was about, and Darnella Frazier, 17 years old, she's the exact same age as my youngest daughter. And I wanted to know what happens to a 17-year-old when they witness this kind of brutality. Content that, from our research, we have discovered is some of the most viral content in the history of the world. And I remembered where I was when George Floyd was murdered. I remember the entire communities around me breaking down. And I have seen so many films about police brutality, but I'd never really seen it from the point of view of the people who witness it. And in terms of my filmmaking, I'm really interested in taking stuff that we see often and finding something very unique about it, a different spin. And I felt how we were going to approach the film, that was really important. And then in terms of Diamond, here's the thing. I had never actually seen any of the footage of these murders because I just could not watch them. And I think I watched maybe 15 seconds of George Floyd's video and I broke down. And so I just, but when I saw, because I was thinking about the film, when I saw Diamond and I saw how calm she was, like narrating the murder of her partner right beside her as he bled out, I thought to myself, oh my God, this woman she was the epitome of calm. It was the level of clarity, and I needed to find out what was that about. And it was actually about saving her child's life. And so, to me, that made them such powerful participants. There was just no way we couldn't tell that story. And then because this is through the lens of technology, the film is about this stuff through the lens of technology, from the point of view of the witnesses, we thought Laura King was incredibly important because the first time I even understood virility was through the Rodney King beating. And so it was kind of a beautiful trifecta, and Sid being a journalist and really on point with the tech side, we were able to combine our skills and make this film, and I think it's a really strong film, and I hope you all will go and watch it.
Premiering tonight at 7 p.m.
I'll be there. Patricia, Sky King, a very different kind of heartbreaking story. It's about Richard Bebo Russell, who, I feel weird describing your movie to you, but I'm just going to go ahead, who was a worker on the tarmac at SeaTac Airport. And one day he just stole a plane and flew it for 70 minutes and took his own life at the end. And it's a remarkable movie. And you have the never-before-heard conversation between him and air traffic control on the ground there when he was talking to one person in particular, but a pilot, different people. Once you knew you had that recording, how did you decide to structure the movie?
Yeah, so I'm very lucky. I'm very spoiled. My husband is an archival producer, so we had a lot of time to put that together and FOIA all that in our basement. But I think what was really important to me about this story, look, I think that to a large extent it's about the realities of working class life in the US and also about the intersection of that and mental health and men and mental health generally. And we needed to find something that would sort of, I think, drive that point home, because this audio is so easy to sensationalize. It's very dramatic, it's very intense, and I wanted to make sure that we always grounded that in the family's grief and feelings about what he had done. So we sort of developed this device that is, throughout much of the film, you're watching the family listen to that archive for the first time. And it
They'd
helped.
never heard it?
They had not heard. They'd heard bits and pieces because there were pieces online, but the full audio wasn't there, and there were a number of, pretty important lines that did not circulate on the internet that they were hearing for the first time. And it was interesting because as I sat with each one of them, I sort of got to hear it again for the first time through their ears and what they reacted to and where they laughed and where they cried. And it was a heartbreaking and interesting experience. His mom, interestingly, could not listen to it, and she heard it for the first time last night. She decided to sit for the movie. We didn't know she would. I thought we'd be going for a walk, hanging out in Austin while everybody else watched the movie. She said, no, I want to sit. She heard it for the first time in the theater, and I watched her instead of the movie. It was a beautiful experience. But watching people listen, I think, was a real privilege for me as a filmmaker, because I do it in a way all the time, but to do it so formally, I think, taught me a lot.
I was wondering if she was going to see it, because in the movie she says, I never wanted to hear it. Rachel, My Brother's Killer is about the previously unsolved 1990 murder of Bill Newton, who went by Billy London, and who was killed in West Hollywood, a murder that became the stuff of urban legend because it was gruesome, and because he was a gay adult actor. Can you talk about how the movie came together?
Well, I grew up in this area where Billy was murdered, and in fact, I made a film about sort of my childhood through the lens of the store that my parents operated for 40 years called Circus of Books. And this film was in the center of the gay community. And I grew up knowing and loving all of these wonderful gay men without really understanding what they had gone through and the ordeal, the incredible ordeal. I'm wearing the AIDS Memorial shirt, you can see, because AIDS, when it happened, was so unthinkably brutal. You know, just a wave of people died. And it was a true epidemic that also was not being handled well on any level by our government and by society. And yet, when I did Circus of Books, I was able to uncover a whole historical moment that I just started to become more and more attached to, partially because as they call it, I'm a huge fag hag. I just love gay men. I could be around gay guys all day long, and these are my friends, they're my people. I started to understand what they went through, though. Guys who survived in, you know, any man who's gay who's over 50 immediately knows what that era was like. So when I heard about Bill's murder, this horrific murder that happened in 1990 in the heart of the community, at the time when AIDS was happening, I just couldn't let it go, and it felt so personal and so painful to me because, you know, it's very easy to kind of gloss this, you know, call somebody a gay porn star and be like, okay, well, this crazy thing happened. And I would sort of see that narrative, even in the press as it was then, and it just felt so important to get deeper and deeper and deeper into the story. And truthfully, I started the film thinking maybe it's possible to create like a portrait of the victim. And at least we could get to know a person on a more three-dimensional level, so he wasn't always just this sort of like caricature of the most depraved urban legend myth. But working on the film over a period of years and getting to know the people, like the victim's lover, who is here, by the way, my dear friend Mark Rabins, and also the people, I started to become friends with everybody. We, over time as a community, started to piece together the story. And so this film details how a community, totally as a community, came together to solve the murder. And the murder did get solved.
I was going to say, I mean, the community around the movie solved the crime, and I won't say who done it, so because people need to watch it. At one point, Jeffrey Dahmer is a suspect, which I was like, whoa, that would be a turn. So when did you realize we might solve this?
You know, there's so many moments along the way. Actually, Jeffrey Dahmer was a very huge part of the story. Initially, in 1990, when Dahmer was brought in and finally, called up for his crimes in Milwaukee, he was the cops from all over the country were sending in information to find out any other dismembered man who might be a connection, and he actually was questioned about Billy in LA. And we have an archival letter from the Milwaukee Police Department saying, we've questioned Jeffrey Dahmer. And I saw that and I thought, oh my God, so Jeffrey Dahmer was asked about our victim. And because of that one thread, which came about because of a podcast, the podcast by Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn that we feature in our film, it led to somebody coming forward with this tip. And I can't get into all the details here, but that tip really sparked every single thread throughout the film that led to us solving it.
Bayan, with Phoenix Jones, The Rise and Fall of a Real-Life Superhero, can you talk a little bit about who Phoenix Jones is, real name Ben Fodor, and why you wanted to tell his story?
Yeah, I think that my work usually is in the fringes of society and finding subcultures that in unique ways are on their face outrageous, and I just try to find the reasons why people are drawn to them. So when I found that there was this subculture of people around the world, by the way, who dress up like real-life superheroes, costumes, personas, anonymity, I was immediately drawn to like what kind of a person really thinks of themselves as a superhero, like wants to go out on the street and confront violent crime, because that's sort of the part of like Batman stories that we don't really get into, is the type of like self-mythologizing that it takes in order to convince yourself to do that. And so that's when I started to narrow in on the story of Benjamin Fodor, because especially from the outside, he had all of the qualifications of a person who could actually be effective doing this. He was a former MMA fighter. In his story, he was given up for adoption at a very young age, and so he was driven by this desire to prove himself to the world and to his parents who gave him up that he was worth something. And so he created a superhero persona as a way of telling himself that he mattered. The story takes a dramatic twist when, in 2020, he is arrested for selling drugs to an undercover police officer. And so all of a sudden, this image of a hero is collided with a moment in which that is tested. And the audience, I think, gets to decide at that point who's telling the truth. And my goal was really to present this person as complex as he is, and then not really spoon feed the audience and tell them, you know, here's how you should feel about this person, because I think everybody's going to have an individual response to his story based on honestly how you feel about superheroes in general. And that was the interesting part about making this film for me, was it revealed to me a lot of the types of stories that I had been programmed with as a viewer growing up. Like, we expect superhero stories to fit a certain arc, and when they don't, I think we can be very critical of the person who's on the other side of that narrative because we want them to overcome these obstacles, but real life doesn't work that way. And so I wanted to make this a contribution in a way to the superhero genre by saying, you know, here's a real person who went out there, actually tried to fight crime, did the whole 9 yards, and then here are the consequences of what happens when you really try to do that, and the complications and the devastation that happens on the other side.
Chloe, with the Crafting Crime series, you've directed a series of mini crime docs using virtual reality for the MetaQuest headset, and you explore different things. You do the Lizzie Borden mystery and the Wonderland murders, and the one that's premiering here is when the Louvre was robbed in 1911 of the Mona Lisa. Somehow I didn't know that, by the way, but what do you think users can glean about the events themselves from experiencing and being participatory in scenarios like that?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a question we ask ourselves when we started to think about this series, because obviously when you think about true crime and virtual reality, you're like, that's not really compatible, right? Because virtual reality is so visceral, like you know, inside the image, you really are confronting violence in a very different way. So we had to think about how we would approach that. And, you know, I have a background in journalism, and I came across the work of Frances Glessner-Lee. She's considered as the mother of forensics because she was creating these diorama of like true crime scenes in miniature to actually train the investigators to approach a crime scene. And I found her work fascinating. And, you know, we always had like true crime in our wish list on like the experiences we wanted to make with the studio I co-founded Targo. But we needed to find the right approach. And when we came across her work, I thought this is the way we want to tell these stories, because obviously the aesthetic of the miniature creates this distance between the crime and what you're seeing inside the headset. And basically, when you inside the experience, you have this workspace where you reconstruct piece by piece, room by room, the actual crime scene. And I think by doing that, you really get this spatial understanding of the crime and how it happened, because you actually see, you have this bird view of the crime scene. So I think it gives like a very different approach to true crime. And you have this host, Carol Rasapantang. She's hosting the series, guiding you through the different experiences, because she's actually the one who created this diorama. So I think the miniature is very interesting to actually, get this overview of the crimes, and then your imagination fills the gaps, because it's almost like a childlike sort of experience. You're playing with little dolls, and I think that having this experience in the second part of the story, you're diving inside the miniatures and we're representing the action with shadows. It really gives you the same way a podcast is actually make you think, imagine the scene. It's doing the same thing, but with this miniature that lets you explore the crime in a very different way.
I wanted to ask people about working with their subjects and managing those relationships. Jennifer and Sydney, how did you win and keep Darnella and Diamond's trust after everything they've gone through?
I would say that they both have very complex relationships with the media and their portrayal in the media. They've both kind of been, really, really attacked for their bravery. One of the things we talk about in the film is that Darnella was told both that she was doing too much and that she was inserting herself in another situation, that she should have just minded her business. She was also told that she didn't do enough, that she should have literally gone and saved George Floyd, thrown something at the officers and interrupted it. And so there's just, it was such a paradox that they were both dealing with, especially as Jen said with Diamond, where it's her fiance was literally dying right next to her. So I would say the first thing was just radical honesty, where I was just like, this is what the movie's about, this is what we're going to do, this is, the ways we'll avoid replaying the video over and over for you, this is, I don't know, I think they both have really good, bullshit detectors. So I knew if I came in trying to be very slick and charismatic and this will make your career, they would instantly know not to do it. But just having real conversations with them, and then working with Darnella, her lawyer and her mom was involved every step of the way. So making sure their people in their circles liked us and that we never promised them the world. We were always upfront about them, about the realities of filming. And yeah.
Well, all of that's true, but I have to say that Darnella, for example, was incredibly difficult to get. There had been a pursuit for, I think, over a year or so. You have to understand that she had invites for Gayle King's show. Oprah tried to get her. She actually went completely silent after the initial understanding. After her life became in danger, she went in hiding, and she lived with this incredible fear that the police were going to come to get her and that they would murder her. And this insane thing happened where her uncle was killed by the police, we didn't put it in the film, through a car chase a month after George Floyd's death. The police hit him in a car chase. And so she just thought she was being followed, and she retreated. And the first opportunity, we met her together, and we didn't quite know this, but they hadn't actually signed on quite yet. There was there was a thing that is probably going to happen, and there'd been a lot of pre-conversations, but she was going to be getting this award, and it was one of the first times that she was going out into public to get an award, and she was thinking that she was maybe ready, this is 4 years later, ready to start telling her story. And we get there, and it was like, go to their hotel, and we're like, we're not going to do that, you know? So the space where she was going to get the award, I sent a text and said, hey, why don't we have a brunch? And it was supposed to be like an hour, and we spoke for 3 hours. And we talked about kids, my kids, 3 daughters, her growing up. We talked about the perpetual diets we're on. We talked about everything but. And she goes upstairs, and I'm told she's ready to sign. And I know, and later on, she said to Sydney and I, the best part of her trip to Washington, because she had not been to Washington before, the best part of her trip to Washington was the lunch she had with us. And, you know, I feel like it was just like, look, you got to find ways in with folks. And, you know, when people are terrified or media savvy, you know, or have seen so much, there's a lot of barriers to get through. And I always say, just be your authentic self, because what you're asking for them is to give their authentic self. And then I think with Diamond had been around a little bit longer and was, you know, in her own way, has felt that her story has never really been told well. And, you know, and she's a complicated individual.
They both are. but I think it's just about space and giving them the space to be themselves, and also allowing the relationship to be, I'll say, non-linear. Sometimes it's warm and cozy and we're texting every day. Sometimes it's cold and silent. Sometimes it's like, let's talk tonight, and they push it back a couple days. So I would say I mean, like, obviously we have deadlines, so the panic is rising with us, but like not showing that and not letting the relationship, not having that reflect in the relationship. So it may be just like we send a text, hey, we can talk this week, that'd be great, and beneath that are 30,000 emails of like, can we confirm what's going on? So just making sure that they have that space, that we trust them enough that if they want to take that space and that time and be away and be quiet, we're not going to harass them and follow them up, but we're going to freak out privately. We're going to be on Zoom like, oh my gosh, what's going on? But allowing that. And every single time we gave them that trust, they came back to us and we were able to maintain it. And I think we're in a good place.
Yeah, it was definitely ups and downs, though. I mean, let's be real. It was ups and downs, but we got it, I think. I think we got what we needed, and I'm very proud of that.
Yes.
Bayan, how were you managing your relationship with Phoenix Jones, who's an unreliable narrator, to say the least?
Like, more patience than I feel like I ever knew that I had. I think there was a part of me that had to really think strategically through a lot of our interactions, because he's a deeply emotional person, so anything that was said that maybe was taken the wrong way could just no shoot day that day. So it was kind of constantly a bit of a confrontational process at times, and then at other times, like very close friendship. We lived together for about a month during the pandemic when he was between houses and he needed a place to stay. So I was just like, the best way, honestly, we could make this documentary is just, I'll rent an Airbnb that's big enough for all three of us. And so there were times where the confrontations got to a place where, you know, he'd show up and with the intention of punching me in the face. And I think it was always a matter to me of being like, I was willing to be punched in the face, because to me, it was never about me getting punched in the face. It was about what that said about him, and him knowing that I was just like, that's fine. It's part of the doc if you want to do that. And it's really, to me, like, that's the dedication that it took to kind of win the respect with this particular subject, because I think he was just always in a place where, you know, and like sympathetically, his life was totally flipped upside down during this time. And there had been filmmakers for 15 years before me trying to tell this story and then not completing it, just bailing on it. And so I think once we got to the point of like, you know, our edit was coming together and he saw a little bit of what we were trying to do, that's when things started going a little bit smoother. And yeah, it took 6 years, you know, to really build it. And honestly, I was so happy to see that he made it to the premiere earlier today. And
That's so crazy.
He got to see it, and like that was a huge victory for us, him being there and experiencing it with an audience.
Patricia, Sky King is a lot of his family members. This is the first time they spoke publicly. How did you win their trust?
You know, I've been thinking about like what's running through all of these things that we're talking about, and I think there's something that can feel so inherently dehumanizing about being observed, and being observed in relationship to a crime or a terrible event that happened to you or a pain in your life, and we're the observers. And I think I came into a family that felt very critically observed, that felt they weren't able to participate in the narrative around their loved one and this horrible thing that had happened to them, which is something I experience often telling stories in the crime adjacent space. And I think like a lot of my job really was, I mean, it's such a boring answer, but it's about listening, and it's about really trying to hear, what do you want to say? What didn't you get to say? What is the truth to you today? If that changes, that's okay. Like, I'm here with you to figure out how you feel about this. We don't have to be all in today. We can be 50% in and figure it out tomorrow. And just that patience that you're talking about. And also I think about, you know, I think a lot of my job is trying to help people see themselves as the heroes or the protagonists in their own lives. And like, that's when I feel like I'm living up to my highest potential. And that was a lot of what we wanted to do here. How do you cast yourself not as a victim of the media or this horrible thing that happened to you, or how do you cast yourself as a protagonist here? How do you make meaning out of it? Which is a fluffy answer, and it's also like, whatever, I grew up working class, and there aren't a ton of working class people that do our job, and I think that helped too. I think like cultural facility and telling stories that, you know, you have some cultural facility with is a big deal too for people.
Chloe, what do you think about the fraught questions around technology and crime and true crime? How can the tools that you use help us have a greater understanding of what we're talking about here?
It's interesting. I think you know, the immersive headsets, they have like many different uses, and I think that the way we use them, which is trying to tell stories differently in an immersive way, so that the people can actually grasp a different sense of a story of you know, people or something happen. I think it's about like changing perspective, and it's what we're trying to do with like putting you inside those miniatures and having them in front of you. He's trying to change perspective and trying to change your point of view. So that's what we're trying to do with this series, and I think it's what those immersive technologies can do. Put you in the shoes of someone, put you in the shoes of somebody that you wouldn't meet in real life, right? So we're trying to really connect the real world with you, and trying to make you feel and see and hear story in such a vivid way, thanks to the immersion.
Rachel, My Brother's Killer is one of the rare instances I've seen of the police really working hard with a community of people to achieve a goal. And were you aware of how unusual that part of the film and the story is when you were interviewing John Lamberti from the LAPD?
Well, thank you for saying that, because I do think, you know, we live in a really painful time, obviously, with all that we see constantly, and every, you know, you are going to be scared when you turn on your computer screen to see what's next. But in this case, I was actually so shocked at the almost reversal, where in the gay community, everyone I spoke to was like, well, the cops didn't care. Obviously, he's a gay man. It's 1990. That's why it didn't go, that's why it's unsolved. And when I actually met the first detective, Wendy Byrne, a rare female police detective, she answered the phone and was like, oh my God, this was my case. This was my one case. I retired not knowing, and I take it with me. And her commitment over decades was actually astonishing. And the amount of work she did in the gay community with people that were actually reticent to talk to her and were withholding and were not sharing things. I realized on some level there are good cops. And yet, when a community has been so under siege for so many years, they have very good reason to be wary. And so it's almost like this case where we found the good ones who are like, hey, we do want to help, and we are going to help. And it took almost like a generational divide from Wendy back in the 90s to John, who was like, hey, I'm going to listen to a gay podcast and figure out how I can help. And when I met John, I was like, wow, you really do want to help? Like, a straight guy in the world outside of our little tiny community. So it is actually a very hopeful story of a community working with law enforcement.
Thank you all so much. Everyone go see these movies and go experience Chloe's project. I can't recommend this all more highly, and this is a great panel. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Please welcome True Crime TV Fan Favorites, moderated by Emily Longaretta, Director of Features Variety.
All right. Final panel of the day. We are very, very excited about this one. Jane, I want to actually start with you. You dove into true crime with Homicide, and what was that a challenge for you when you dove into that kind of in a new way? Because obviously you're not new to unscripted television at all, but that was kind of a new thing. So what can you tell me a little about that?
Yeah, I mean, the first show we did was actually Cold Justice with Dick Wolf, and but yes, definitely going from Top Chef and Project Runway to Murder was a big leap, but it was. It's like still telling human stories, and definitely with doing it with Dick Wolf is much closer aligned with the detective's perspective.
Yeah,
that's his brand, and so we just, it was really about digging in and finding their, the human stories. Obviously, the victims are, at the center of it. But then when we moved on to Homicide, that was really one of the more profound projects we did for Netflix, And so even though each episode is individually, they're self-contained, we definitely kept looking for the links between the relationship between those detectives and their experiences with one another. And sort of this season is culminating with 9/11. So, it's been 25 years, and just seeing that footage again was so powerful, and thinking about it as a homicide, like the greatest homicide that's been perpetuated against New York City, and what their experience was really, there were a lot of tears during watching those cuts.
I can't even imagine. How did you, when you went into doing the New York version of Homicide, did you know that was going to be the goal, is to do that episode about 9/11?
We introduced it in season 1. Actually, it was one of my most memorable. One of the detectives was at his son's Little League game, and he got called for the Carnegie Deli murders, and he raced there, and he wore his shorts and his T-shirt, and the captain was there, chief of police was there, and gave him a whole bunch of crap, told him he basically got fired for showing up like that. So when 9/11 happened, he raced home to change into his suit, and he thinks that may have saved his life, because if he had been there, if he had gone straight, it was so. That was so we did start it in the first season, and then this season it's the 25th anniversary, so we really dug in and They always talk about it. All the cops, they always talk about it and how it affected them.
Of course. Beth, for Curious Case of, can you talk a little about how you guys choose which stories you dive into? Because season 1 was a lot of very well-known topics, and then the next season was a little bit different, a little bit kind of topics that people may not have known about or cases people didn't know about. Can you talk a little about that process?
It's a little bit of a challenge to find the stories we want to tell for Curious Case of. It's not, we're not looking for murder cases. We're looking for stories that sometimes you just don't know what the truth is. You don't know what happened. They're kind of crime adjacent. Somebody isn't always arrested. Something's wrong here. It's a fraud or some kind of scam maybe. There are cases that are a little bit off the radar also. And we really, we dig into the stories. I mean, there is a team of us who have professional investigative experience. 2 former prosecutors, I'm one of them, a former FBI agent, and we dig and we get the documents and we ask questions and we find the twists and turns and we get access and we get people's trust and we just keep digging and digging. So we really investigate. And we come up with a lot of stories. I mean, we've got a whole bunch of stories, but only a handful get made, and they've got to be really, we've got to have some good twists and some good cliffhangers. So we're finding the stories where everybody finds stories. People reach out to us in articles, podcasts.
Is it more difficult for you to dive into the ones that are a well-known topic, or is it more challenging to the ones that people don't really know? So, well, the cases that are well known are challenging because they've been told so many times. Exactly. You got to have something new, right? And I've covered stories for more than 30 years and a lot of big trials. But sometimes there are, twists that we can tell that haven't been discovered. But I like the cases that aren't as well known because it's a new audience, Yeah. How many times can you tell the same story over and over? But I never get tired of hearing those same stories over and over. Yeah, absolutely. Well, Patrick, you know a thing or two about diving into stories that were told before. Yeah. Devil in Disguise obviously dives into the victims of John Wayne Gacy. I'm challenging you to give me an answer I haven't heard. Patrick and I
we've done this a few times.
We've done this a few times.
Yeah.
What made you want to take this on, and especially talk about the cases that Gacy, those really horrifying cases?
You're challenging me to give you a new answer on that, huh? That's hard to do. I have to just tell that.
I know.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I didn't want to do it at all, and I turned it down twice, as you know, because it was a well-known story, and the last thing that I thought was necessary was that the world needed more serial killer shows. I've done a couple of them already, but it ultimately was when we discovered that we could tell the story of the victims and really just give their backstories in a way that was completely disconnected from John Wayne Gacy, from their abduction, from their assaults, rapes, and murders, that it gave a reason, to your point, it gave a reason to actually tell the story. And it's interesting because at this point in time, I can now look back a little bit on, now we've got a little bit of space from when it's come out, and I've seen some of the data, and I've obviously, it was critically acclaimed, but one of my fears in doing it that way was that people were not going to want to watch it because it wasn't going to have the typical gratuitous or salacious eye on the storytelling. And I'm currently writing the second season about the Night Stalker right now, and I did discover some things that you have to kind of find. I have to find a little bit more balance as I go into season 2.
Yeah.
That audiences definitely respected it. They definitely engaged with it, but I think that people still want some of that.
Yeah. I was going to ask you going into the second season. I mean, has it changed your approach at all? It
has.
Yeah.
It has. Yeah, but not in a way that I think people are going to who were fans of the first season. I don't think that they're going to see it as a 180-degree turn at all. But I think that we very purposefully the first season avoided kind of diving into the psyche of Gacy, except for one episode. We're leaning a little bit more into the psyche of Richard Ramirez, but it has an interesting link to it. Or at least I hope it's interesting. We'll find out. I'm a little biased. That we really are going to be focusing on Boyle Heights and the East LA community and the Latino community and what impact this case had on obviously the city, but specifically this neighborhood. And that's sort of, in our opinion, going to be the victim story of the second season, is focusing it on the Latino community and what it was like to be a part of it at that time. But we definitely are. I mean, the pilot is, I've written it. It's got a lot going on in the true crime, what people traditionally like in true crime.
It must be interesting for you to do that after doing this.
Yeah, it's really my nightmares.
Yeah. Speaking of nightmares, Evil lives here. Kevin, this show's been on 18 seasons. Is that correct?
Yeah, 18 seasons. I get a little confused because the orders we get are for a larger number. So, like,
of course,
I'll take your word for it that
Okay.
it's 18 seasons.
Okay, great.
But yeah, I think it's we tallied it the other day, and it's over 160 episodes, and now there are a couple of spin-offs in the franchise, and so it's a lot of screen time. You can spend a good week watching it.
Yeah, I mean, how do you find the stories you want to tell? What is the secret for that?
Well, there are a couple of secrets. One is there's a woman sitting in the audience named Jacinda Davis who finds most of the stories. But the other thing is we just look for authentic stories, right? Very early on in the process of making this series, we sort of said to the producers who were out casting, stop finding me what you think are good stories and start finding me people who can tell good stories. People who have an honest story to tell. They're authentic. They don't have to have done it before. It doesn't necessarily have to be a famous story. I'm interested in hearing people who can tell the story. And you don't have to convince me from the first phone call with them that they can tell the story.
Yeah.
You have to develop a relationship. So I think we started just looking at how do we get honest stories told with people who want to tell them, and we started establishing relationships with people. And some of those ended up being serial killer shows. Some of those ended up being just, a husband gone crazy. Some of them ended up being someone killing their whole family. But the common thread to the series is just that it's a POV interview and someone has an honest story to tell. And it's that simple. I mean, it's incredibly difficult, but it's that simple.
Yeah. I mean, Donald, I kind of feel like you can talk a little about that as well. And finding the right people to tell these stories is so important, especially with Tenderfoot and the amount of podcasts that you guys create and this content that you create, because the voices are so important. How do you go about kind of not only finding the stories, but also finding the people that you speak to throughout the process?
The stories more so now come to us, and I think we have kind of the bar is, would we want to listen to it? And I think if you're going to be in a creative space, you have to believe that you have good taste, right? So you kind of make what you would want to listen to, and you hope that that's what your audience also wants to listen to. In the very beginning, my business partner, Payne, he found a case in South Georgia, and it was really about finding an open case that was close enough for him to drive to. And that was the bar. And he was able to drive to South Georgia, look into this case, and ultimately help lead to 2 arrests. The podcast is called Up and Vanished. But I think a good example of choosing a case and choosing a host that matches is, you find what you're passionate about. Our second podcast, I was really passionate about the Atlanta child murders, even though I'm from California and I was not even born when the first murders occurred, but I still heard about this, and it scared me as a child. And then my business partner, Payne, he's 10 years younger than me, and he's white, and he had no clue about these murders, and they happened to all, young black children in Atlanta. And we ended up telling this story through his lens as a millennial white guy, which I don't know if we could do today, but the reason we did it that way is because we approached it from a position of ignorance. He had no idea that this was happening. Why? Right? Why did his community not know, but my community was devastated, right? So it's really this mix and match of who is the best storyteller for the lens that you're trying to tell that story through. You could tell that story 10 times, 10 different ways, and all be great, but that was just the way that we decided to tell it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you guys, anyone who wants to comment on this about telling the stories that maybe aren't being told, or choosing a different POV for those. Is that something you guys consider when you decide you want to tell a certain story? Is what POV should we tell it through, and how is the best way to get that across?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's basically how Evil Lives Here developed, with this idea that there are other victims of a murderer, not necessarily the victim's family, the person who was killed, the person who has to bear the shame of that murder, the wife, the sister, the brother, the uncle. And those are the people that go on and suffer out in public, walking around with basically this scarlet letter for something they didn't do. And those people have real sort of pain and trauma from that event. And sometimes, you know, just sitting down and talking about it, the things that you hear from them are extraordinary. They just want someone to understand, I didn't do this. I'm suffering with it too. So yeah, those POVs, that's kind of how Evil Lives Here ever came to be.
Yeah, definitely. Did anybody else want to add anything about POV?
I mean, yeah, I'll just jump in and say that I think with each of the last 3 shows that I've done, the quote unquote POV wasn't necessarily about the character, but it was about the systemic failures that allowed these things to happen. So for Dr. Death, it was all about patient safety, and it was really focused on the 2 doctors that helped bring Dr. Dunch down, and as well as season 2 was similarly, it was the doctors that helped bring Paolo Macchiarini down. Girl from Plainville was interesting because we really did have to balance a little bit of both what you're talking about in terms of how it affects the families, because that one affected the families on both sides. One was a young woman who convinced a young man to take his own life, and the other one was the family of this victim trying to figure out how this could possibly happen. But it was really a study of teens and social media and what are these kids doing when we're not looking, right? And then obviously with Devil in Disguise, it was sort of about the latent phobias and prejudices that allowed gays to get away with it for so long. So in each of those cases, I think we will always have a running theme of the fact that the POV is through how do we tell the story of systemic failure.
Yeah. Patrick, I know you've talked about this, but for the rest of you, I mean, how do you find that line between being salacious / entertaining / too much and telling a compelling story and honoring the victims? I know I would say 99.9% of people who are telling true crime stories want to honor the victims and they want to honor the survivors. But how do you find that balance of we want people to watch this, we know people, there's an appetite for certain things, or we want people to listen to this without getting too graphic? I mean, is there kind of a method you go about to find that balance?
So can I comment?
Absolutely.
Look, I'm not actually putting it together, right? Because I'm part of the show.
Yes.
But I watch all of them, and I find that you got to grab people with, like, we have quirky characters. And so they're just really entertaining, but they're real. And I can't get enough when I'm watching these cuts. It's like, oh my God, you know, I'm just a kind of a character because I am allowed to do something I never could do when I was doing straight reporting. And that is use my expressions, because I am very expressive and my face shows it, and I can be that way on television, and I can help guide the viewers. So many people write to me and say, oh, you asked the question I was asking. You said something that I was asking. So I try to be responsive to the audience. Like, what are they thinking? But in Curious Case, we also give an opportunity to the other side to speak. Sometimes we get criticized for, like, letting the bad guy talk. But look, I used to try cases. I was a trial lawyer. You know, both sides are presented, and our audience is kind of like a jury, and let the audience decide. I don't know what to believe. It's like this or that, you know. So the balance, I mean, you got to give them the facts. I try to give a little analysis too. I give my opinion, and you've got to give some entertaining aspect, I think, to keep people drawn in. And I like the balance for Curious Case. It's not. I mean, there's fun music, it's serious, it's a little bit inspiring sometimes. I get such great feedback from viewers. Earlier this week, it's like, it's getting better and better. So I'm encouraged.
Yeah.
I think if I could just comment on that, I think for Evil Lives Here, it's an interview-driven show, and the interview subject often draws the line of what's appropriate and what's not. We have producers say all the time, like, well, should I show them the crime scene photos? No, but you should ask them if they want to see them. And if they say no, that's the answer, and the audience understands where everything is. We did a shoot recently where we're talking to a man whose father had killed his entire family, and he'd been trying to see the crime scene pictures for decades. He couldn't find them, couldn't get them. He wanted to see them just so he was certain for himself that his father was dead, right? I don't know that we'll put the picture in the show, but him looking at it is part of the story.
Of course.
And so I think in this POV interview show, they sort of kind of set the guidelines, and they're also telling the audience what they think is appropriate. So I don't think we get to decide. I think in that case, they get to decide.
Jane, what about for you?
Yeah, I mean, I would say something similar. I mean, we sort of, you know all pretty much from the beginning in terms of the booking process who are more comfortable with telling a more, you know, if you will, gruesome story, you know, have come to terms with some things, and then being respectful of people who are, you know, who are more sensitive, obviously still grieving. So I think it's really about like feeling like the storytelling is authentic, and like we're not editorializing with any kind of clever editing or anything. It's really about taking the lead from, you know, both the detectives, the victim's family, I mean, you know, and their friends, and really letting them lead the narrative.
Yeah, I'll just say, we just did a podcast where we blended stand-up comedy and true crime. So we'll talk about threading the needle and trying to figure out balance. That was challenging. It's called Wisecrack. I think the host, Jody Tovey, was speaking here earlier. I think it's about the balance that everyone is speaking about. How deep is it going to be, right? How you have to balance out the comedy that we have on stage. It was basically a comedian who was almost a victim after a double homicide happened in his village. And when you listen to the podcast, you know, it starts with a comedy set. You're like, what the hell is going on? It starts with a true crime podcast. Then the comedy gets really dark. He starts talking about this night. But as you're going through this journey and this investigation, when you start hearing the perspective of the father of the murderer, and you realize that, man, that's his story and how he overcame that and what he went through, it balances everything out, and you really realize this is actually a deep story, not one that is salacious. So I think it's really about the balance, and about if you can connect with a character that you did not expect to see or hear in a podcast that sounds like this, then I think you've accomplished the goal of providing that balance and really making something credible and not salacious.
Yeah, we actually, I think, temporarily lost our minds once and tried to take out a cooking show that was based on recipes of people who had actually been poisoned. So we were trying to tell the story, and that did not go well. So I mean, to your point of that, you've clearly done a much better job. But, you know,
and we just sold it. We just optioned it for TV as well. So we did a good enough job so someone liked it.
Amazing. Amazing. I mean, talking a little about the format that you use, I mean, podcast versus TV. I mean, when you guys think of how you got your start in introduction to true crime, was it podcasting for you that got you into true crime? How were you consuming it when you started?
I mean, just as a kid, young adult, watching from Law and Order to, you know, whatever doc was on TV. Mm-hmm. I got dragged into true crime from my business partner who wanted to make a documentary. The company's called 10 Foot TV, and we make podcasts because we wanted to be like all of y'all and make TV. But it was, yeah. So that was how we got in, and it's really, you kind of never know what's going to draw you to it. And for me, we were already drawn to the genre itself, and the format that we look at for audio, it feels like a collaboration with the audience because there is no visual element. I mean, now there's video podcasts. We do strictly audio, basically audio documentaries. But I can collaborate with the audience because I'm painting a picture that in audio, and you're filling in the blanks with what does that person look like? That town with three street lights, stoplights. You know, what does that look like? I think that's kind of an advantage of connecting with an audience and making them really want to fill in those gaps and be part, like a collaborative storyteller with you.
Yeah, absolutely. What about for you guys? How did you guys start getting interested in true crime? Was it through like reading the news? How did it kind of start?
My first job out of college was working for ABC News and working on the Lewinsky Clinton scandal. So that's sort of a true crime introduction, I guess.
I would say so.
I spent a lot of time working on that. And then, you know, it just sort of, I was doing other things, like a lot of science shows and stuff. I think we started doing interview shows. I've always enjoyed interview shows. Evil Lives Here sort of was kind of lightning in a bottle for us in the office, too. We all really enjoyed it. And then you just start getting sucked into other things, and before you know it, you're making all these crime shows. I mean, we've made other things for the ID people, and we have a wrongful conviction podcast that we do. Like, it's like 12 parts. Like, you do a deep dive. Your mind just starts thinking in this way. But I think with all of them, like, I always refer to the stuff that we're working on anyway as human shows. Like, they could be about anything. They fall under this true crime banner that everyone uses now. But they're really personal stories about humanity. And you know, we could do them about divorce, or we could do, they're all about sort of getting authentic, intimate stories. And I think that's how I've sort of ended up in this space, because that's what I'm able to do.
Definitely. Beth, what about for you? You obviously were in the legal side.
I've been in crime forever. I did not like criminal law in law school. Vowed I would never have anything to do with it. And 2 years later, I was an assistant DA. So go figure. And 40 years later, here I am. So, but I mean, it's human. I think a lot of us look at these crime stories and say, you know, like, there, but for the grace of God go I. I mean, so many people who have no criminal background do dastardly acts, and we're all sort of studying human behavior. And, you know, the audience has at least traditionally skewed female, and I think because I get asked a lot why that is. I'm not a psychologist, but I think that women are more likely to be victims than men. And we always have to be cautious, where we are, the time of day, whatever. That's one thing. Also, we're the nurturers. We're, raise the children, study their behavior, try to make them good little people going out in the world. There's lots of facets to it, I suppose. But the audience is not just female. I mean, I know for Curious Case, we broadened the audience because a lot of men got back to us after the first season saying, finally, a crime show I can watch with my wife or my girlfriend, who loves it. But, because men like Curious Case, too, because it's not just murder, right? It's not even murder, actually. I don't even, now and then we have dead bodies. We had a couple earlier this week, and the corpse who came to dinner was a good episode. Should watch it. It's good. The lady dug up bodies. She didn't want her husband and her twin sister underground. She had their bodies in the house for a long time. It's really true, crazy, and she was not crazy. You might think she was. Anyway, I have just drifted. I've done a lot of true crime in various podcasts, straight reporting at Court TV, where I was for almost 2 decades. And now I'm really happy at Investigation Discovery because they're letting me be me on television, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's great. Jane, what about you?
Well, I definitely watched a lot of, crime TV when I was growing up. My dad was a lawyer, and so I did go and observe him in the courtroom. And so I just, I've always been interested in that. I studied sociology in college, and I don't remember a lot about college, but I do remember my criminology class. So, and then it was amazing though, having, watched Law and Order for a lot of my life to be the first person we did our show with, which was with Dick Wolf.
Yeah.
So that was really, and it was so fascinating. Obviously we've done a lot of unscripted, but just having his POV. It was also his first unscripted show, so his brilliant sort of mind in terms of the way he helped us shape that was really an incredible experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Patrick, for you, obviously you're the one up here who's also casting people to play these people. A lot of these are telling, having people do interviews that are the victims and things like that, but you are casting people. How difficult for you is that on that process when it comes to picking someone to, especially play someone like Gacy that has to be lovable, but also you don't want the audience to root for him. So I'm curious for you, what that's like.
I mean, Gacy specifically, I will say that when we found out in the writers' room that Michael Chernis, who plays John Gacy, when he said he was interested, we were just like, how do we sign him up, right? Not only because he is a phenomenal actor, but because he very naturally understood I say it was natural, and then he and I have gone back and forth about this over the course of the last 18 to 24 months or so, about how he was pushing, internally he was pushing so hard against playing Gacy straight, or not straight, excuse me, playing Gacy like as a kind of a lovable, goofy guy. And he claims, and I will take credit for it just because he keeps claiming it, but I do not remember saying this in any way, shape, or form, that although I believe in it, that I said to him that, Turnus, if you don't play it that way, then you're ultimately doing a disservice to the victims. Because Gacy was a very particular serial killer, where he was an upstanding member of the community, where he was somebody who ran in certain governmental and government and social circles that you wouldn't expect out of a Bundy or a Dahmer or Richard Ramirez, right? And so to figure out how he could get these young men and boys into his car or working for him or pull the wool over the eyes of the various authorities, he had to be that way. And I will say, and I'll just wrap up by saying this, that beyond just the casting side of it, that it was a very difficult character to write. Because we had access to all of the court documents, we had access to tons of interviews, we had access to, just thousands of pages of research, and everywhere that you went, the guy that is on our screen is who Gacy was. And every instinct that you have as a writer is to make him nefarious. And I will say, last thing I'll say is, like, it's actually so much easier to write Richard Ramirez. Like, it's because it's a completely different, you expect it. Gacy was one that we really had to dig in and figure out what that balancing act was. And to be frank, he sort of wrote himself.
Yeah. Wow. Why do you guys think, and you're all aware of this because you wouldn't be sitting up here if it wasn't the case, the world has this really intense, I don't want to say love, but fascination with the true crime genre and crime in general. Especially, I think it's grown a lot in the last, I would say, decade or so. Donald, I want to ask you for you, because it has been so big in podcasts for so long. So why do you think that is? And have you noticed a change? Have you noticed when it started taking off?
I kind of feel like it's always been there. When I growing up, just remembering what I was watching, there's more content generally, right? Everywhere is content. So we just see it more because there are more outlets for it. But my mom, she's a huge true crime fan as well, predating me as a true crime fan. So I think it's just, we have a fascination with finding out what happened regardless. And I think that's really, I don't think true crime fans, or if you want to call them that, or listeners or viewers, are that dissimilar to any other genre. I think they come for very specific reasons, but I think for the most part, they come for a compelling story, and they come for compelling characters. And if you have those things and you're adding like a whodunit, that's like the perfect combination of entertainment and consequences at the same time. And I just think people eat that up just kind of naturally.
Yeah, absolutely. Jane, what about for you? What do you think?
Well, I think there's two things. I think it's active, it's more active participation, because it's almost like, I would never say, like a game show. Your brain is working in a totally different way when you're watching that isn't completely passive. So I think people, like to, deduce and imagine themselves in that position. And I also think the world is becoming, you're so inundated, and people are becoming more adrenaline junkies, and I think that requires an escalation in kind of the intensity of what you're watching to keep you engaged.
Yeah, definitely. Patrick, what about you?
Agreed. I'm not going to bore anyone with anything else to say. I totally agree with him. Yeah.
Beth, what do you think?
Some people will credit Truman Capote with starting this true crime genre, at least in writing, because he wrote In Cold Blood, which is a little bit fictionalized, but it's for the most part the true story of the Kansas murder of the Clutter family. I take issue with that. I'm not sure he started it, but he did definitely popularize it. And as a kid, I'm dating myself, but my father would read True Detective, and then there was every Sunday in the newspaper there'd be some true deep dive into a detective story. So there's always been this interest, and with so many platforms today and so many networks today, there's just this opportunity to just, tell so many stories. Yeah. But I think it's always been there.
I think it's one of the few sort of genres where you can have different people come for different reasons. And I think that's one of the reasons it's sort of taken off. I mean, Beth said earlier, like there, but for the grace of God, there are a lot of people who watch it for that very thing. Like, at least that didn't happen to me or my family. There are people who watch it for the suspense of the storytelling, what's going to happen next. There are people who watch it for the honest humanity of it. And there are people who, you know, watch it for salacious content, hoping that it can be that. I don't think any of us on the stage are the ones who are doing that, but that's why some people watch certain things. So I think it's one of the genres that brings people in for different reasons, and they can still all watch the same show.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to end by asking you all if there was a case that you could look into further, what it would be, and it can't be one you're currently working on.
If there's a case that we would like to explore. Yeah.
Who wants to start?
Well, I'm not going to say that out loud because then someone here is going to start working on it.
You're like, I can't.
So I'm going to keep that one to myself.
I don't know if there's any, well, I have to think about that, but there is an ongoing case right now that is unsolved. And I worked for years with Savannah Guthrie. She was a colleague at Court TV, and she's one of these people, I'm sure she never thought she was going to be the victim of a crime, her family, right? So, you know, this whole saga with Nancy Guthrie, I have no idea why somebody would kidnap an 84-year-old woman. Anyway, so I want to know the end of that story.
Mm-hmm.
I actually wrote it, and it's dead. It was about these 4 nurses in Austria who murdered over between 250 and 300 of their patients by drowning them with water from their used yogurt containers. And it started with one nurse who was doing it as an act of kindness, and then it became an addiction. And she gathered 3 more nurses, and the 4 of them basically became a coven of murderers. It took place in the mid-'80s in Austria, and I wrote the pilot for it, and it just was at a period of time in which people said that they didn't want to have, quote-unquote, like foreign stuff on American TV. It's one of the most, and the last thing I'll say about this, it's fascinating. According to law, Austrian law, once you serve your sentence for something like this, you can change your name legally. And so each of them was released, and whether they're alive or not today due to natural causes, technically speaking, they could be out there under assumed names, and they killed over 250 people. And I'm fascinated by it. It's absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, that sounds like something that should be visited and told.
Yeah, I really want to make it.
I don't know. I'm really having a hard time, like, going completely blank. I mean, I think there's a lot of, like, Jack the Ripper. I mean, like, you know, Lizzie I mean, I think, like, I mean, we know who but I think you know, we were sort of looking into the history of crime, and I think there's some really fascinating stuff from, like, the 1800s. I mean, you know, that is worth revisiting, you know, through a modern, like, you know, crimes that have occurred that you would want to revisit through a modern lens, but I can't think of anything specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. Donald?
That case that you're...
Yeah.
No, like,
honestly. We all want to do. I think we'd all like to do that. I think we'd all like to do that one, yeah.
No, honestly, I've been thinking, like, we've had a lot of success, you know, blending genres together. And I know hospitals, medical mysteries, hospital shows in general, right, from ER to The Pit, to find a crime set in a hospital where you have people who are supposed to care for you. I haven't found that story that's perfect for Tenderfoot yet, but that's kind of where I'm leaning.
Amazing. Well, maybe you guys should talk
collab.
after this.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what we're here for. Thank you guys all so much for being here, and thank everyone who came today. We really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.